Hello, everyone. It's been it's been a time.
What is
Welcome
happening?
to Slices and Dices, where we slice and dice our way through several stories and grisly adventures. And tonight we are delving back into one of our old wheelhouses back in the front end of the 20th century, rather, Call of Cthulhu. I am Jonathan. You've seen me around, probably, and you've seen all these wonderful folks around too. And thank you to DM Machi for allowing me to be in this seat. And yeah, so um
More than
well
welcome.
thank you. So before we begin with this lovely little adventure, I'm going to tell you a little bit about this whole shindig because Call of Cthulhu is, we have H.P. Lovecraft who did all the things in the northeast of the US, right? Very spooky and very Puritan. Now, this module takes place in the wonderful time and era of 1920s China. This is a rather interesting time period of tumult and various this and that's, and um, we're going to get a taste of it. I do want to make a couple notes that, number one, I did some research into the background of this module, which leads into the larger Children of Fear campaign. And Children of Fear takes place across China into the western parts with a little bit of Central Asia mixed in there as well. And based on my research, Chaos Sim did actually look into and hire cultural experts, diversity experts, to make sure that everything is accurate and tastefully well done. And in my opinion, based on what I know of Chinese culture, they did do research, and it's pretty on point. I can't speak personally for myself, as I am from a different part of China than where this takes place, but it checks out. Now, I also want to make a note that yes, we are very much aware that Chinese is a blanket term for one language that is we know usually as Mandarin, but there are lots of other dialects around in China that have been scattered about and mixed around, and for the purposes of this, language Chinese will take care of all that. So, just a little bit more about, just to give you an idea of how interesting this time period is. By when this takes place, 1923, we're in the Republic of China, and it's been around for around 20 years. In this time, China has moved from monarchical rule that went on for thousands of years to a republic. And in these 20 years, the Qing dynasty fell not once, but twice. Currently, the Republican Army of China, run by the Kuomintang, the Nationalist Party, are trying to unite China while foreign powers are on their shores, from the Americans to the English, the Russians, the Germans, Japanese, all trying to get a piece of the great wealth that is China. And in this very odd mixing pot, we get tonight's module. It is early morning, late September 1923. You were recruited a few days ago in Peking to help discover the fate of the American explorer and archaeologist, Langdon Warner, after he sent an alarming telegram to Professor Wang Enlai, his successor as head of the American School of Archaeology at Yenching University. I've got a handout.
Oh, let me bring everybody to the actual Roll20 screen here so they can see all the goodies.
Yes, please.
All right.
Ooh,
Here it is.
that's a telegram.
Oh my
Love
good.
it.
Wow, look at that. It's a telegram.
The telegram reads as follows. Wang, need urgent help. Stop. Send people immediately. Stop. Don't care who. Stop. Just get them to Tun Huang. Stop. Emergency. Stop. Warner.
Damn.
So this telegram arrives, and you are all gathered from wherever you happen to be in the university at the time, whether you happen to be a guest, or a guest of an esteemed member of the faculty, or a member of the esteemed faculty itself. And so, you packed your bags and headed off. You now find yourselves in the city of Xi'an, at the start of the ancient Silk Roads. The armed guard who escorted you here from Peking have left you and your luggage in front of Kulo House, a modest but clean courtyard hotel on the edge of Xi'an's Muslim quarter, not far from the famous Drum Tower. Professor Wang has booked you 2 nights accommodation here, so you have more than enough time to carry out your business in the city. In order to reach Warner's last known location, the Cave of the Thousand Buddhas near Tun Huang, you must meet with local businessman Mi Han to negotiate the hiring of all the necessary staff and equipment you will need for your journey. The caves lie roughly 1,000 miles, or 1,600 kilometers, away at the other end of the Kansu corridor. Thankfully, the professor has given you a purse full of silver dollars to pay for Mihan's services. But first, it's time to check in. Now, let me play a little something.
What? What's happening? What's going on?
How's that? Can you hear it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I
Good
cannot.
tone.
I cannot hear it. Are you playing it through? Oh, never mind.
20.
Now I can hear it, and now the audience can hear it.
Excellent. All right, so through the double doors of this establishment, please tell me, which of these investigators enters first?
I will go.
Alex, is that you?
Yeah.
All right. So, walking into this hotel, Alex, please describe your character and just describe your character.
Okay. My character's name is Michael Lee. Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, my character's name is Michael Lee. He is a Catholic missionary. And he... Hold on. 1 second. I have notes.
See, that's the sign of a good role player right there. He has notes. Come on, folks. Get up to Alex's level. Honestly.
Oh, there it is. I'm 26 years old, and I have an interest in all faiths besides my adopted one. I come from... Why is it that I can't see? I guess I have to... Oh, edit mode?
I
No,
believe you
where-
come from the
Yeah, I know,
province
but
of, yeah.
It should be in my notes, but for some reason I can't pull up the notes.
Can you go over to backstory? Are you in your...
Yeah, I'm in
Character
my
sheet?
Character
sheet.
I'll turn back on edit mode for you.
Oh,
How's
there we
that?
go. That works.
Okay.
So, I dress in traditional Chinese clothing. It consists of a long robe, topped with a Chinese-style waistcoat, and I wear my hair in a rather old-fashioned pigtail.
All right.
One second. And I was originally from the Shandong province. but I lost my birth parents to the Boxer Rebellion. I was rescued by a Catholic Scottish missionary, which is strange, but it was a Catholic Scottish missionary.
Feel free to keep some things secret if you like.
Okay.
Just-
Tell me all the backstory items, Alex.
So these
I want to
people
see.
know me, right?
So you've all have met.
keep
some
reading.
Some of you know. Some of you know each other more closely than others. I think Michael, you might be more of a stranger to the group, along with Sophia. But you have all been friendly with each other and have been socializing at a university event previously back in Yenching University.
Okay, and I'm currently working on a manuscript, so in travels, everybody sees me writing.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's
All
fine.
right. Who's next?
I'll enter.
Mm.
Oh, or go ahead, Scepter, if you want to.
I mean, ladies first.
Okay. I am Chang Mei, and I am a 24-year-old postgraduate student in linguistics at Yenching University in Peking, aka Beijing. I have a flair for ancient and modern languages. I am Dr. Lockhart's research assistant. Dr. Lockhart, you will meet soon enough. I was the first woman to graduate from Peking University after it opened its doors to female students in 1920. And my flair for languages, both ancient and modern, has made me a valuable addition to the American School of Archaeology at Yenching, where I work. I translate and catalog manuscripts and finds from ancient sites across China. Visually, I am slender and petite, with long black hair that I usually wear in a neat bun at the nape of my neck. However, I do dress in Western-style clothing, as that is the dress code of the American School of Archaeology. Any other notes might be that I, following my family's religious beliefs, am a quietly devout Buddhist, which is a Chinese Buddhist, which is different than strictly Indian Buddhism, but closely related to, I believe, Hinayana.
Yep.
Nice.
You did do your research.
I did a little bit of research. I didn't get to do as much as I wanted to. The internet was not as helpful as I thought it would be, interestingly enough.
Either way, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Following Miss Chang, who is going in next?
I guess I'll go. Following her, although certainly not following her because he knows her, you see a tall, well-built man of, I would say, probably Southeastern Asian origin, whether that be India, Pakistan, you're not quite sure. You see that he has gray at his temples. He has a few sort of wrinkles, but for the most part, his skin is very bright, very smooth, very well kept. You could possibly take him for a man in his late 30s, although perhaps his bearing and his hair style maybe lends him to an older generation. He dresses in a Western style pinstriped white and brown khaki suit. And he has a brown cravat around his neck. Not that indicates that he's of a higher class than others, for certain, but one that sort of puts him in a certain sense of style, I would say. On his back, he has a very old and rugged backpack, and attached to that backpack are hooks and cables, perhaps, that indicate that he's used to adventuring and climbing, and he also has a very interesting-looking and old-fashioned camera hooked into the back of that particular backpack. His name is Sofian Bazaz-Wain. Mr. Bazaz-Wain is a a photojournalist. He's a man who has been all over the world. Certainly during the last couple of years, he has been one that has been conscripted to photojournalism of a more perhaps negative sense, in that
You can't have it yet.
more of a war journalist than anything. That's all you know for now.
All right. Thank you. Following Mr. Bazaz-Wain, who will be next through the doors?
I guess I'll go. God. Right. So my character's name is God. I'm probably still gotta butcher this name. Timur Stepanovich Repin.
That was pretty good.
Oh, is
Better
it?
than me, I'll say.
I think it's
Timur.
Timur. Thank you,
Timur.
Sarah.
But otherwise, you did very well.
Right. Right. So, he is a 26-year-old Russian refugee and an art history expert who currently works alongside both Miss Chang and Dr. Lockhart. As I said, he's 26-year-old. He's got like a short, sleek, combed hair, wearing like a white buttoned, collared shirt with a probably like a
Excuse me.
darkish brown like coat over as well. He looks like pretty average, like individual himself. I'm so bad at introductions. He's not really. He seems to be carrying around like just some traveler's gear, except for this crazy trip they're about to go on. But hey, I mean it's part of his job, so.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Alright.
And finally, who will be pulling up the party, so to speak?
A couple of people,
There you go. I was gonna say we probably enter together, don't we?
right? As a couple. So it's
I've opened the door for you. You're gonna go.
Thank
through
you.
first, I'm assuming. Yeah, I opened the door, and
a 40-year-old woman enters with dark hair, with some flecks of silver, and an olive skin tone. She looks a little bit Italian, and she's she dresses like respectfully for female dress code out in public, but you can tell that she prefers to wear something more practical. She's a formidable woman, and she is Dr. Eleanor Lockhart, who is a professor at the American School of Archaeology in Peking, which allowed her to realize her dreams in going out in the field of archaeology, where she sometimes has had trouble going up against men in the field and at the school. And her research assistant is Miss Chang, and she's married to Charles Lockhart, an American diplomat.
who, as she enters, you see a dashing smile and pearly white teeth, with slicked combed hair, with a little bit of gray. This man has been moisturizing since he was 10 years old. And he walks in, and you can just see that he has a cool air of politic to him. He is wearing a classic blue suit with a white shirt and a black tie. As he enters in, he takes out a silver cigarette case and lights up a cigarette as they enter into the establishment.
Right.
That is Charles Lockhart, diplomat for the United States of America.
Thank you. And now that everyone has entered the Kulo house, here you find yourselves.
Ooh, a map.
So, you all walk into the Kulo house, and it is around 5 p.m. Porters are moving your luggage in and such. As you enter, you notice that there's an elderly gentleman, American, looks like, who is talking to the concierge behind a desk. And they seem to be discussing something. They're deep in discussion until the concierge just waves his hand and says a few words, and the gentleman goes and takes a seat over here. And the concierge looks up expectantly to this new group of arrivals.
Sofian will walk directly, as he often does in life, to the concierge. Just sort of points. I'm assuming there's like one of those like bells, those little ding bells, like in the front. He sort of like pushes the bell jokingly, like even though the concierge is like right in front of him, he's like, ah, ding, hello, 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 hello.
Welcome to Kulo House.
Pleasure to be here. Yes. Hello. My name is Sofian Bazaz-Wain. I should be on the register there. Yes.
Ah. One moment. Let me see.
Take your time.
Ah, yes, Mr. Bazaz-Wain.
That's me.
And I see you are part of Professor Wang's party.
That is correct. Yes.
Yes. Are the rest here?
I don't know, but if I see
Do
them,
I hear that? Do I hear this conversation going
Yeah,
on?
you see him
arrived
looking over
together?
the.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sofian's like
I will
he's
go
not a
over.
quiet guy. Like he speaks loudly.
Yeah. And as you
I walk over and stand next to Sazian.
hello. Is that all? Is that all of you? Please come to the desk.
Oh, hello, hello.
Yeah, so you all see this gentleman behind the desk. He's in his like mid-30s or so. Here's a photo to sort of represent what he might look like. He's well dressed. He's got a hat on his head.
Okay.
It says, "I am Mr. Qian, the concierge of this hotel." And let's see, I have Mr. Bazaz-Wain registered, and whom else might be? Miss Chang?
I nod.
Yes, very good. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Excellent. Dr. Lockhart?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Mr. Lockhart?
Yes.
Very good. And Mr. Repin? Repin? Yes?
Ah.
Very good, very good. Now, thank you for staying at the Kulo House and choosing this to be your place of residence for these couple days. I hope you find the city well, and if you have any questions or the like, please ask, and this is our home and yours,
Thank you for your hospitality.
of course. And he just smiles, and he says, "Over to your right, my left, is the hotel bar and cafeteria. You can order snacks and tea and drinks of whatever beverages you may like, and your rooms will be up the stairs behind me."
Wonderful.
I do have one question. Apologies. Is there perhaps a room that you may have somewhere in the basement of your abode that would be suitable for development of photographs?
I believe something can be arranged, Mr. Bazaz-Wain.
Excellent. It's most important that this room be devoid of sunlight, else it will ruin the chemicals.
Understood. I will talk to the porters once we are done.
Many thanks. Many thanks.
Well, you are all registered and checked in. The city of Xi'an lays before you. Do enjoy your stay.
Thank you.
Okay, so, gives you a smile, and what would you all like to do?
So I'm gonna move over here and maybe get a drink because I'm tired
Okay.
from traveling, right?
Yeah, it's around 5 p.m. You've been traveling for the last few days, pretty much.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I'm
man.
gonna maybe order some food and get a drink and see if I hear any interesting conversations.
Sure.
What was the name of the guy who sent that telegram again? Langdon?
Yeah, Langdon Warner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I roll something?
Okay.
You all know that he is a well-known archaeologist in the field, and
Yep.
he actually used to run the American School of Archaeology before he had Wang and Lai be his successor while he went off on adventures. Langdon Warner is actually a real person.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones was partially based on him.
No.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's really cool.
It should.
Yeah.
Did
It
not know
belongs
that.
in a museum.
So do you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do a listen, which is terrible. There you go.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Unfortunately,
It's not very good.
You want to push
can-
that? You should push that.
Well,
Can you push?
sure.
I don't,
I
I don't know if
get
you can push
I
failed
don't
rolls.
think you could push that.
Wait, I think
Why
you
not?
could.
That's
You just
yeah,
can't push attack rolls, right?
yeah.
Well, I move closer to the crowd.
Okay. There are people milling about and stuff like that.
Guys,
Yeah,
I
go
turn-
ahead and push
Let
that.
me, let me
Push
push
it.
it.
Push it
real good.
Oh, balls.
Pushed it real bad.
Okay, so
I'm gonna sit here and get a drink and some food.
yeah, so as you were going out getting food and trying to maneuver yourself closer into conversation, you're leaning over to take a look as you're pretending to sip some tea, and suddenly you just get hit in the shoulder as someone pushes by, and one of the porters says, "Oh my, I'm so sorry," and he's like holding like 3 luggage cases in his arms, and he's just trying to like make his way through
Please,
to the rooms.
can I help you with your luggage cases?
No, please. I can handle this. It's one of the porters. He like the people moving stuff around in the hotel.
Oh,
And
no problem.
and unfortunately, some of your beverage gets on your robe.
Oh no.
You know what?
It's just beverage. It's just tea.
It's just beverage.
Tea doesn't stain. Good.
You know
I'm
what?
going
Maybe-
to. Oh, sorry.
No. You-
Just one more comment. Just most of the conversation is like around the level you hear in the background. The loudest, most highest in volume at that conversation would have been the conversation between the gentleman and the concierge earlier.
Got it.
I'm going to cross to Dr. Lockhart and say, Professor, if it's all right with you, I want to see to my things and make sure everything arrived safely, and then will I see you for dinner?
Absolutely, Miss Chang. That would be lovely.
Very good. And I'm gonna head up to my room.
You find that Professor Wong has booked you a room for yourself, and it's a nice and comfortable room. There's a bed, a wardrobe, private washroom, and a dresser and a desk with a table, and there's like a lantern there.
I'm gonna check the lantern, make sure it has good light. I brought lots of reading with me. I have work to do after all. And then I'm just and I'm just gonna
That's good. Yeah, sorry.
go through my luggage and make sure that I have a few manuscripts with me, a little work I need to get done. I want to make sure nothing's been disturbed, everything arrived safely.
Yep. A couple of your manuscripts are a bit folded and bumped as it happens and it travels, but otherwise, everything traveled safely.
I lay them out on the desk and sort of smooth them out so that they can, any wrinkles can come out, and then I'll wash up and change for dinner.
Very good. So,
I'll turn to Eleanor, and I'll ask her, would you like to go upstairs or would you like a drink?
Let's go upstairs. I need to
Great.
lay down for a minute after all this traveling.
I grab the key and we make our way. I wait at the stairs for her.
I look over at both Lockharts, like going up. Would you prefer I bring some tea over for you two?
No, Repin.
That's so kind. No,
thank
thank you.
you.
Not right now.
We will see you all for dinner in 90 minutes, shall we say?
Suits me just fine. Thank you.
Right.
I-
After
You know what? Yeah. I look over at Sofian. So, you're a photographer, right?
Yes. Yeah, I've been using my trusty photographs for many years now. Yes.
Like a form of art.
I consider it an art form. Yes, I think.
I'm sorry if I seem rather extremely curious. It's just I'm a man of art myself, and
Oh.
always curious to check about, see the different processes. You know.
Well, the art of photography is quite different from all of the normal, standard art that you would have, stencils, paint, etc. But of course, it's worthwhile noting that photography is captures the essence of something at its purest, without any embellishment.
Color me intrigued, actually.
Perhaps we can talk over dinner.
Oh, with pleasure, of course.
Yes. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, of course, and have a restful evening.
As to you as well. As I nod my head. You know what? I think I'll be on my way to the bar-like area, just getting myself some tea.
Yeah, of course. The bar is manned by a gentleman who is well dressed, actually in a Western style, and there's not just tea and such like that, but it's also cocktails and alcoholic beverages. Because prohibition ain't here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he looks and says, hello. What would you like?
Just, I mean, initially I was coming here for some green tea of sort, but I was also curious to see what other offers you have.
Well, we have whiskey and we have baijiu, rice wine, and we have tea. We do serve coffee here, and we have certain other clear liquors as well.
You know what? I think I'll sell over some. You said it was baijiu.
Yes,
Yeah, I shall settle up on that then.
very well.
Hmm.
And he places a small cup in front of you and a larger sort of vessel, both made out of like a porcelain, and says, "Enjoy."
Alright. Yeah, I think at this point though, I'm probably gonna like sell somewhere nicely and just like I'm just gonna wait, you know.
Mhm.
Probably just
You
look
have to.
at like a newspaper as
Yeah.
well. Yeah,
Yep, there's a newspaper.
yeah.
Um, as you're looking through it, it's things like Republican Army marches towards the north, and there's a record of territory taken and territory lost, as this is the warlord era of Chinese history, as the, the Nationalist Army is trying to reclaim territories in the north of China and unite the country for good. Get a little bit weird.
Politics. That's all it is.
Timur, give me a library use.
That's you, Scepter.
Scepter,
Oh, wait.
give me
Oh,
a library use roll, please.
I am so sorry.
Wake up, Timur. This is called a Cthulhu.
Cthulhu's calling. Well,
Yeah.
You gotta answer.
Library use. Come on.
Library. Where would that be under?
Everything's pretty much in alphabetical order. So
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah, I
much.
know.
I think it is.
It should be in the center column towards the bottom half.
Below your languages.
Yeah.
Below my language.
Above your listen.
Library
in between
use.
your law.
Yes.
Oh.
la library use.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is not Henry from last time.
That's
This
true.
is not Clade.
He's very not Clade.
Actually, it just occurred to me.
Regular
okay.
success. Wow.
Yeah.
Well
so
done.
Here's another thing. This newspaper is in Chinese,
Nice.
Oh yeah.
but you managed to pick out words and piece together what's going on. And on one of the local pages, you do notice that there is an article about small thefts happening in the city of objects that have little meaning, but like little value really, just petty theft.
Do they seem oddly specific?
It's like someone's hair comb, or a pair of glasses, or an article of clothing like a set of gloves or a necktie, something like that.
That is actually rather strange. Alright then.
While this is occurring, I think Sofian would probably scan the lobby for anyone worthwhile taking a photo of.
All right.
Anyone sort of distinct, right?
So, yeah. So I wouldn't say it's a spot hidden, but
Okay.
I would say that given the general people in the crowd of the Kulo house, most of the people here are Chinese or of Asian descent.
Sure.
Of the people that do speak out, who do stand out, excuse me, are your party, your commander you ride with, and the elderly American gentleman in a worn but still nice suit. And he is sitting in one of the armchairs. And you see him just sort of like scratching at his temple and just overall just looking irritated.
Well, it's well within the tenets of his religion and his beliefs that he never asks a person. He never takes a photograph of a person without asking them first for their permission, be they, any particular nationality. So I think Sofian would probably just walk over boldly to this gentleman and sort of give a little head nod and say, "Good afternoon. Hello. My name is Sofian Bazaz-Wain. I am a newcomer to this city, and I have a very particular hobby of photography. I see you sitting here amongst all these lovely people, and there's something about you that I find very intriguing. I'd love to take your photo, if you wouldn't mind so much."
The man looks at you and he sort of gives you a look, and then he smiles and says, "Haha, a photographer. I haven't had one of those in a while." And this gentleman stands up and reaches out his hand and says, "Thaddeus Johnson, professor of Oriental Literature at Miskatonic University. Pleased to meet you."
Oh, hello. Yes, Miskatonic. I am familiar with it. Eastern Seaboard, I believe. Yes. Massachusetts. Yes.
That's correct, in the good city of Arkham.
Yes. I hear fine tales about it. You said your name was Thaddeus. Sorry.
Thaddeus Johnson.
Johnson. Yes. Hello. Pleasure to meet you. What are you doing here in in Peking?
Well, I'm here currently visiting the city to pay my respects at the tomb of Wen Xiang and study some of the texts he brought back from India. You see, he was a Buddhist monk, and the texts he brought back greatly advanced this area's understanding of Sanskrit and such languages, and overall faith and religion.
Interesting. I know some of people in close acquaintance to me who would find that quite intriguing. But nevertheless, if you wouldn't mind, and he sort of points at the camera attached to his backpack.
Oh, of course, by all means. Please feel free. Although I would ask for you to perhaps take my photo once an item of particular significance is recovered. You see,
I beg your pardon?
there's a cane that I owned that is of deep significance, and unfortunately, it seems to have been misplaced, according to the concierge.
You say you've lost your cane?
I believe it was stolen, but
I feel terrible hearing that. Yes. Was it stolen here in this place?
it was. Yes, I'm staying upstairs in one of the rooms, and I woke up. It was gone.
Oh, how terrible! Have you spoken to the concierge about it?
I have several times, and he insists every time that the hotel is above petty theft and reproach.
I see. Yes, well.
Not just my cane, too. I believe they've gone through things on my dressing table. It was a mess when I woke up.
Well, I hope that you have some insistence of security in your room, perhaps?
Absolutely, but
Can I hear this conversation?
Well, you certainly can hear me.
yeah, you can certainly hit it. Yeah, you do hear that the conversation is happening. Roll a listen check. Ooh.
Yeah, push that.
Yes, you may. How would you push this?
Oh. You know what? Seeing as I'm sorry for already rolling. I'd like to think. No, yeah. Seeing as I'm a little distracted with probably trying to think. I think I'm just trying to look a little what is that one word I'm looking for?
Inconspicuous?
Inconspicuous.
That one.
Wow, my brain's. I probably lean in a little further. Also, at least trying to, again, try to look like I'm just minding my own business, but trying to keep an open ear, focus on them intently.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
That makes sense. So, Timur, you with surprising brightness and softness of step, you lift yourself up from the sofa that you have seated yourself, drink in hand.
Probably walking on by.
Yeah.
As I listen.
You practically glide across the floor. And you do catch the mid to tail end of that conversation about a missing cane and how it was stolen, along with other things on a dressing table.
You know what? I think on that note, I think I'm gonna just walk up the stairs to proceed over to the Lockharts. Yeah.
So
You guys can go on with your conversations.
yeah, I'll just finish the conversation really quick. Professor Johnson, I do apologize for the loss of your cane. I hope it wasn't very expensive. I'll be more than happy to take your photograph when perhaps you've retrieved it. But until then, we part as friends.
Thank you. I appreciate meeting new people and new friends. You yourself, my good sir, look like a fantastically interesting gentleman.
Well, you wouldn't be wrong. Ha ha! Yes. Pleasant meetings. Yes.
Good evening.
Yes. Good evening. And then he just walks up the stairs.
All right.
You know what? I'm just gonna like knock on their door. Like, give it like a nice knock.
And it
It's-
opens abruptly because they were just about to exit to come
Yes.
down.
As
Oh.
as I open the door, I see you stand there.
Oh.
Hello, Timur. Yes, we're about coming out now.
Just
Eleanor, after you.
oh,
Yes.
right. Anyways, just to keep
Is everything all right?
everything's fine though. Gotta keep a low whisper. Just keep a heads up though. Apparently, there's been some increase in thievery, especially around this hotel as well. So, if anything, keep close of your belongings, please.
Just a moment, Timur. And I go into the room real quick, just kind of make sure everything's kind of in its place. Any like valuables that I would have or Eleanor would need, I kind of tuck them into my pockets as best I can, and then leave.
Thank you for letting us know.
Of course.
And I close the door and lock it. And I slip the key into my jacket pocket. Thank you, Timur. Appreciate that.
With all, I mean, of course.
You got those good ears.
It's all part
I
of
will
the job.
also come out of my room to head down to dinner.
Ah, Chang Mei. Perfect timing. Eleanor, would you lead the way,
Good
please?
evening.
Yes, of
Evening.
course. And head down the stairs. Where is dinner?
Dinner
Should
should
be
be
right,
towards the
with
right
the-
of the map. Yes.
Yeah, like right there.
And since nobody bothered to tell me about the thefts, all of my manuscripts are still out on the desk, just FYI.
Oh,
No.
No, it's okay.
Nice.
Nobody
Nice.
told me. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to retcon it. I'm
Uh-oh.
just saying nobody
Oh.
told me.
as Chang Mei comes down the stairs, I catch her real quick and I say, "By the way, there's some thievery going on. You might want to, check your shit."
What?
Go
You
back
can
to
speak to
Eleanor.
her like that.
I kind of blink for a second at
You
the
might
idiom.
want to check your shit.
Sorry, I've been drinking. I was.
Love it. This
And
is
then
so great.
I look to the
I get
professor
a
and I
little weird
say,
when I travel.
I look to the professor and I say, it's fine. I've read worse in Sanskrit.
Nice.
And I
See?
head back up to my room. I take the manuscripts and I lift the edge of the mattress on my bed and very carefully, making sure they don't get wrinkled, slide them under, smooth out the blankets. And otherwise, it's all good. I don't have that much. I don't have anything
All
valuable.
right.
I'm not
Perfect.
rich.
Thank you, Chang Mei. I appreciate that.
Thank you,
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart.
Always. Eleanor, if you would be so kind.
Yes.
Okay.
Journey across the busy lobby. Do we see anything interesting along the way?
You do see the gentleman that's still sitting there, though. He's less irritated looking.
You're welcome.
I was gonna say, as a person from Massachusetts, would I recognize this person?
You know what? What would it be? A history?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll roll a history for
Yeah. Roll a history check.
that. Ooh.
Ooh.
Can I push it? Maybe my glasses are a little kind of unclean. I take them off and kind of rub them, and then put
Yeah.
them back on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if that. I don't know if that's gonna do it.
That's great.
History.
Hey!
Oh,
There you
nice.
go.
It's always the glasses. It's always the
I put
glasses.
the glasses back on. I go, Professor Johnson. And I
Good.
step
And
over to the side and I say, Professor, Charles
Oh.
Lockhart, Boston, Massachusetts. How are you?
My goodness. It's been how long since I've seen you? He stands up readily and shakes your hand.
I shake it firmly and smile at him and say, "It's been a long time, there, Professor. How is everything over at Skatonic?"
Quite well, quite well. We are getting many students who are interested in the fine arts and knowledge that we have to offer. And you see, I'm here to gain some myself.
Really? What would be your purpose of being here?
Well, I think I remember seeing you at my seminar back in the day. Well,
Yes,
I'm,
thanks to my lovely wife.
of course. My regards, of course.
Oh,
I
yes,
sort of
it's wonderful to see
follow
you.
and linger
Oh,
behind.
Eleanor, yes.
my brother.
Just a moment. If you would like to come over and meet the professor, these are Eleanor's colleague.
Yes, this
Of
is my
course, you know
assistant,
my
Miss
lovely
Chang.
wife, Eleanor Lockhart.
I nod to him.
Wonderful, nice to meet you. Thaddeus Johnson, professor at Miskatonic University of Oriental Literature.
A good
I
person for
brighten
you
a
to
little
know.
bit at the mention of Oriental literature. I say, "Oh, of any particular era?"
Namely among Buddhist texts. At current, I'm going to pay my respects during this week at the Tomb of Winsang and see if I can look at some translations and maybe even some originals of the text he brought back and all of the scrolls with the sutras. Very, very interesting things, and perhaps I'll make a new book.
If I might be so bold, and if you have the time, I would be delighted to join you and see those texts myself.
Well, of course, I will be here for the foreseeable future. Perhaps another month or two of study will do.
I'm not sure how long we're here, but I am staying in the hotel, so if we are able to examine them together, I would be most interested to see what's been discovered and, how accurate those translations are.
Of course, wonderful, wonderful. Now, he leans over
Professor,
to.
would you like to join us for dinner? We're about to go into the mess hall here. Would you like to partake in a meal with us? If that's all right with everyone else, of course.
Well, I would love to. Thank you, Charles.
Of course, nothing for an old friend. After you, Professor.
Yep, and you just sort of do the after you thing, and all right. Allow me to do this.
Also, as we make our way over to the eating area, I sort of wave to Michael, as in, dinner, would you like to come?
He's just smoking.
Do I see? Do I see her?
Yeah, you would see her.
Okay. Yes. So I definitely will go to dinner.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all here together. Might as well
Where's
dine
dinner?
together.
Okay, so to bring us over to this map, because this is technically a dining room.
Hmm.
Whoa.
Where are we?
A dining room.
This looks
And
like
if
a
you-
city.
That's a city map.
Yeah,
That's a
there's
map.
this is a multi-purpose. Page.
Oh,
Okay.
You'll
Okay.
see the
Yeah.
teapots and the
Oh,
steamed buns.
Oh, I love this. This is so
It's
cool.
It's our placemat.
That's exactly. It's a
Yeah,
place.
there's
I love
there's
this.
a complimentary map of the city.
It's
I will put
it's
it on this
just
side.
like the placemat map when we did what the hell was the name of that? Where it had all the the photos and stuff like that. When
Crimson Letters?
There you go, Crimson Letters.
Crimson Letters.
That was great.
That was a really good
Yeah.
module.
Yeah,
That
the
was
old
really
times.
good.
That was fun. All right.
So I believe that you are all around here, and you all sit down, and there are dishes that are brought out to you of rice and all sorts of food, some savory, some spicy, and it's all served on these large plates that are brought out and placed in the middle of the table.
I'm getting
And yes,
really
all-
hungry right now. I'm just gonna let you know, Jonathan. So I'm gonna go into the kitchen and grab myself a snack because
All right.
I have to feel it when I'm eating in RPGs. I have to feel
You
it.
gotta
Matt,
be
stop
there.
tempting
You need the verisimilitude.
I need it. I need it. I'll be back. I mean this. I'll be right
I
back.
think
It's
that
after 10:30. I
May.
Is there
can't
any
snack.
Lian
I've
P
stopped.
on the,
I have to
on
stop.
the,
Oh, we have a rule now. I
some
see.
cold noodles?
Yes, it's got to get down the wedding weight.
Wedding diet.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like a Gianni burger.
Starts after this weekend.
Rojayam.
I'm sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
What's up?
Okay. I'm
Alex
looking
was speaking. I
for
was cutting
cold
him off. Sorry.
noodles, which is Lian P.
Nice.
Oh, man of culture. A small dish of liang pi is brought out to you. Cold noodles you can definitely get at Xi'an Famous Foods, which is in New York City. Definitely go. We're not sponsored. I just love them that much.
I mean,
And
I wish
also,
I
I
was.
could have some Rojiamu. Rojiamu.
I look over at Michael's dish and I just go, yes, please.
May immediately goes for whatever the spiciest thing on the table is.
Yeah, you do see you see a plate of concubine noodles.
Ooh, I like the
And
sound of that.
it is savory, it's spicy, the noodles have a great chew to it. Charles, when another plate of liang pi is brought out to you, the waiter says, "Please be careful, it is hot."
But of course, thank you.
I've decided that May has a thing for incredibly spicy food.
I love it.
Sofian grabs the spiciest pepper that he possibly can
Snack.
and just looks at it. And then
Hi, cuisine.
Thank you, Chris. If I could give inspiration to this game, I would.
Now do
know
that with
what?
an onion, Matt.
You know what, Sofian?
For my
Should I do
cold
this?
noodles.
I'm gonna make
Do
you
it.
roll a Constitution check.
Do it.
Oh,
do it. I'm down. Let's do this.
You went straight for the pepper, man.
Hell yeah. I'm down. But he comes from an Indian background, so
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't think
I mean,
you
that's
actually-
true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think you actually do
I'll,
it.
I'll give you a bonus die.
thank you.
Okay, great. That makes sense.
Hey!
Ah, there you go.
There you go.
Perfect.
Oh,
right?
matched
Perfect
it,
even
yeah.
keel.
So you bite into the pepper, and oh man, that
Man,
just
are we an
That's
Some
some
ASMR? channel
ASMR.
Mm.
you bite into the pepper,
now?
and
Alex has got treats too.
while it's certainly a different type of spice, as in Xi'an they tend to go for the Ma La principle of hot and numb.
Okay.
It's no pepper that this is not a pepper that you can't conquer, and it just washes through, and you enjoy the wonderful spice as it flows through your taste buds.
Delicious. Delicious. My compliments to the chef.
Thank you. And the way bring your compliments back to the chef. Thaddeus is dining and chatting and such like that with y'all, and says, "So, what brings you into the wonderful city of Xi'an?"
Me particularly, or everyone?
Well, individually, and you all seem to come in as a group.
May looks to the professor to answer.
Yep, I kind of look over at Eleanor.
Well, Professor, you might remember previous Professor Langston Warner. We're all acquaintances of his, and we're all planning to meet up with him.
Ah, Warner, hothead.
Mm.
Where is he now?
Sorry, but that is a phrase with which I am not familiar. Could you elaborate?
Oh,
Hothead.
so
means he's got a short fuse.
yeah. So Professor Johnson clarifies and says in Chinese, basically that he's very heaty and active and
Fiery.
hot. Yes.
Like these peppers. Like
I
these delicious
understand
peppers.
now.
Sometimes stubborn and disagreeable.
Yes.
Not unlike yourself. Just kidding.
Mm. Oh, Charles. So last that we heard was going to explore the cave of the 1,000 Buddhas. And so we are going to eventually meet up with him in the field. But this is our meeting place. We've been traveling a very long way.
Yes, and I
Oh.
believe tomorrow, Professor, we are to meet with a Mr. Mihan.
Yes.
To procure supplies for our travels.
Ah, yes, Mr. Mi. I've heard many good things about his services, and he is very reliable.
Well, that's good to hear.
The journey will be long and difficult, but with Mr. Mi's help of his company, you will certainly make it there.
How long of a journey do we think this may be? Is there any indication of it?
Perhaps a week.
Oh, that's pish posh. That's nothing.
It'll be all either on foot or horseback.
Well, that would be okay. All right.
You'll be trekking through the deserts, my friends.
Oh, how comforting to hear that. Yes.
Comforting indeed.
I'm
That's
sorry,
what I
but
hear.
I don't
Agreed.
believe I've met you, sir. But,
Ah, Thaddeus Johnson, professor of Oriental Literature at Miskatonic University.
Michael Lee, missionary. Nice to meet you, Thaddeus.
Pleasure is all mine. Well, I will also say that while you're here, I've already spoken to Mr. Bazaz-Wain, or Sofian, if you will,
Absolutely.
about, well, the theft of my cane.
Right.
Yes.
I read that in the paper as of recently.
Oh, my cane made it to the paper. That only happened this morning.
Well, I mean, right about the fact that thievery has been rather rampant these days.
Oh, Professor, was that you? We've heard that things are going missing at this hotel.
Yes, I've recently, just earlier today, and I've been checking in with the concierge about the theft of my cane, and I don't know what's happened to it. I believe it was stolen. He says that I must have misplaced it.
Timur, you said that there were other items that you read about here in the city that were stolen as well?
Cricket? It's curious though. They're not really anything fancy or anything. They're like small knickknacks and so on.
Well,
Like
knick-knack around
home.
here, in the right hands to the right buyer can get a few coins, a few
Yeah, like
silver dollars.
I mean, like a comb or like, and so forth.
Such commonalities. I don't understand why someone would steal such petty items.
Theft of opportunity, perhaps?
If someone had the opportunity to steal money or a comb, one would certainly, I would say, steal money.
Yes, it's peculiar to target personal items.
Agreed. What did this cane look like?
Well, it was made of a dark wood. It comes up to around here, and it has a green design on it of a sea creature. Fits my hand very nicely and has helped me through my travels.
What kind of sea creature?
Some sort of a fish of the like. It's not. I would assume it's part of the sea. I'm no biologist or marine biologist.
You're no Nathaniel Hawthorne then, huh? Oh, Winthorpe, I should say. Excuse me.
Winthorpe.
Yes, you guys know about that guy. He's a doctor of marine biology at Miskatonic. Professor, you don't know him?
This is
Just
the
a quick
first time
note. Just a quick note. This is 1923, 3 years before the campaign.
Oh, damn it!
I mean,
But-
he
You
would
time
be still
jumped.
alive, potentially.
But
But I mean, would he have? But would he have a
Johnson-
reputation?
But not at Miskatonic.
Not
Johnson
Miskatonic, not
does
at
say
point.
that.
Damn,
He does-
damn.
He does
We'll
say-
find a way to link these goddamn campaigns, I
We're
guarantee
trying, We're
it.
trying.
We will. If you poke around
One
the way,
single cinematic Call of Cthulhu universe. I mean it.
just like everyone's showing up. Doctor Strange style.
Cthulhuverse.
We got Bill driving in with a car.
That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing.
What other artifacts were stolen?
Well, I think they also took something from my dressing room table, or at least tried to, before I chased them out.
Oh, there
You
were
saw them.
there were thieves in your room.
I heard something and I woke up and then they were gone along with my cane.
But you said they, as in you saw more than one of them.
I believe they can be singular or plural.
Fair.
You are correct.
Oh, what a horrible idea that someone might creep into your room while you're asleep.
They must have come through the window then.
Yes, it's awful. Let's see.
Right, they don't come through the walls as well.
Can I have?
I just look kind of strangely
yeah,
at
I give
Timur,
him a
like,
very odd
Yeah,
look.
like
"Hmm?"
all of us just like turn and Timur like, what the fuck?
Well, I'm just saying, thievery does come in all shapes, and strange, like, sneakiness.
Perhaps in Russia.
I mean,
that was a quick.
I just pour
Uh,
myself some more tea and go back to eating.
I just kind of look at what's your name again, Matt?
Sophian, yeah.
Sofian. I just kind of look at Sofian and go,
Yeah. During all this, you see just Professor Johnson, just like crossing his arms, just like muttering. It's like, what am I going to do without that cane now? Going to take twice or 3 times as long to navigate these streets. Have to pay for a rickshaw as well.
You can't simply find a new cane.
I could try, but that cane was at the perfect height and fit my hand very nicely. And it was
With all
not
due
just a
respect.
physical comfort, but a emotional and mental one. It is of much significance to me as well.
If
I
see the
understand,
How do
but
you
cane,
know
things
about
are
that
only
cane?
I'll
things.
make sure to see if we can recover it for you.
agreed. If we will keep an eye out for it. How did you come about that cane, Professor?
One moment.
Oh, this cane has a backstory? Jesus Christ.
I
There we go.
Hold up.
It could be an important item. You have a sense that this is an important item.
MacGuffin incoming. MacGuffin.
Secret.
McGruff,
Oh,
McGruff,
yeah.
Chicago, Illinois, 605. Take a bite at a cry.
Wow, that brings me back.
Yeah, man, that's like my.
Do you have a handout? Oh, please tell me you have a
Oh,
handout.
please, yes.
I want to see. I want to see what
could-
awful
I want to see-
eldritch cane we're after here.
A Miskatonic Cthulhu cane.
It's just some sea creature, tentacles coming out of its
What kind of
mouth,
sea creature.
elongated head, bat wings. Never mind, it's fine.
Teeth.
Hang on.
You look in, it's literally the statue of
Yeah, it's
Cthulhu.
on a cane.
Yeah, I'm resorting to Google for this one. Hold up.
That's cool. That's cool.
I'm
Do what you
gonna
gotta
go
do.
drink real quick. I'll be right
But
back.
what if
Hang on
it-
a second.
but what if it's a cane on a cane?
Well,
Well, he wouldn't actually really show you a picture, but he does describe this as a sea creature with its tentacles wrapped around the cane at the top as the headpiece, and
okay.
it is of a green wood or stone.
Okay.
Highly practical. I'm
Um,
certain there are plenty of artisans in the city who could provide you with something equally suitable.
Perhaps. I would like to know if anyone in particular is watching or looking at Professor Johnson closely.
I am, because I'm trying to figure out why he's so focused on this cane.
What would it be under?
I would,
Like-
if you're watching him closely, I would ask for a psychology roll.
I
Ooh.
would I would gladly do so.
I'm actually
Do
good at
it.
Oh,
Yep.
Holy
Oy.
shit, Timur.
Okay. Ha. Oh dear lord.
Dream.
in that
Just sipping my tea.
Oh,
I'm not
I
doing
found my
this
notes for it.
What was that, Alex?
I watch
found
him
my notes for the cane.
with my failure. I assume I watch him for a second, then I just decide he's peculiar, and
Yeah.
I go back to eating.
So he begins to describe that I picked it up several decades ago from Boston after I damaged my knee, and it's served me ever since. And the handle is made out of a greenish soapstone, carved to look like an octopus, and the stock is made of hazel. Ooh, Dr. Lockhart, not Dr. Charles Lockhart, excuse me, and
Timur.
Timur. The two of you have the trained eye to know when someone is hiding something. And there's something that he's clearly not saying.
And I'm sorry, John. I was grabbing something. What does he say about the cane? What was he
just-
saying about it?
He was just describing that the cane was he picked up several years ago in Boston,
Okay.
after he damaged his knee, and it has served him faithfully ever since.
Whereabouts in Boston did you acquire? Do you remember? I'm very familiar with the city itself. I was born there.
I'm sorry, I have to stop. Red Platinum in chat says, I used to be investigator, and then I fucked up my knee.
That shit in the knee.
And now I'm a traveler. Around Boylton, I think there was a gentleman there who sold it to me.
Boylton. So
Named Roscoe Freeman.
I'm going to say, is he? That's a very interesting part of town that you were in down there.
You see, my studies takes me to interesting parts of the city and the like. So the two of you notice that the cane, he's like very much like, this cane is real. But whenever he talks about the circumstances of the theft, it's like he's not saying something.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, did you recognize the individual that came into your room?
No. And he kind of like takes a sip of his drink, and it's like a tumbler glass of whiskey. To be honest, I had a little bit more than I perhaps should have the night before at the cocktails from the bar. They're very good here.
That indeed they are.
And I'm sure that I took my cane with me. But those cocktails also gave me some dreams you wouldn't believe.
Dreams?
Would I have to make another roll to kind of dig into that, or can I use the same psychology roll on that?
You have a hard and extreme success right now.
Yeah, I kind of look over. I look over at Timur a bit, and I kind of hand it to him, like to follow up on that one, because you have the extreme success. So I'm going to kind of hand that one off to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you see that he's sort of like relaxed it more, but now he's like sort of telling something that he didn't mention. I had this strange dream as I was laying in my bed. I was watching a small group of tiny dancers just juggling around my toiletries and dancing around my cane. And then I closed my eyes because I just couldn't believe what I saw, and next thing I knew was morning. My cane was gone and the window was open. My dresser, a mess.
Curious. Do you believe there's like a particular meaning behind it, or is it just floof?
I believe that the bartender here is something of a wizard.
Ah, of course.
Or somebody slipped something into your drink. That's not normal. You seem like somebody who could handle their liquor perfect. No offense meant, of course.
He holds up this drink and says, "My drink of choice is whiskey, and I think I'm going to be staying with this for the rest of my time here."
I'll second that, Professor. Here.
I'm drinking a sake. It is nice.
I'm intrigued, Professor. You said that your cane was stolen whilst you were asleep, and yet you had these strange dreams about these tiny dancers, as you called them, dancing around the cane, and then you woke up and it was gone.
Yes, it's peculiar, isn't it?
Quite peculiar. Are there windows? Windows in your room?
Yes, I asked for a window for my room so that I may have the morning air to wake me up.
I see. Is it possible that these creatures came in through the window?
Well, that would make it a theft, and therefore I am right, and the concierge is hiding something.
Gravely mistaken.
I would say so.
You wanted the window open for. You said you wanted the window for the morning air. Is it possible you just left the window open and forgot your cane in the bar?
Perhaps Either way, my cane is gone.
I look at the professor and I say, "Was this the bar that you were drinking at last night?"
Yes, it was.
I say, "Just a moment." I walk over to the bartender
Mhm.
and I ask him in Chinese if he's seen a black cane with a sea creature on it.
You see the bartender, she's just shaking a cocktail and says, "Ah, yes, belonging to the gentleman over there, yes?
Yes.
Yes, he had 5 of my drinks before he went up, and he was leaning on heavily on his cane,
So he left with it.
as far as I could tell. He was
Thank
leaning
you.
on something for that matter.
Thank you. And I put a silver dollar on the bar and walk back to the table.
Thank you." Puts beneath the bar.
Yep, and I go back to the table. Well, and I say to the professor, well, Baz, no luck. It's apparently you did go back to your room with it last night. At least by the bartender's Mac.
Well, I suppose that eliminates a couple things then. Maybe you can get something out of concierge that I can't. Since it seem to believe any of my protests.
I'll be more than happy to go and interview the concierge. Perhaps he knows something or hasn't told us anything, but of course. And he puts his hand over on Timur's shoulder. I think that our friend here is quite the has quite the nose for lies. I may have the eyes, but he has the nose. And he smiles.
Don't you mean the ears?
That too.
How do you smell? Do you smell lies?
Don't mind. Don't mind. Professor, consider it our pleasure to perhaps attempt to find this cane for you if it is on the property. Maybe if you did a thorough investigation of your room as well, you might find it in perhaps hiding under your bed, in a nook of your closet, something of that mat.
I just blink at him.
Let me know if I can be of any assistance in this strange endeavor. I will.
Thank you, Michael.
I appreciate extra eyes to look for my cane, and yes, that would be greatly appreciated. Although maybe I am getting old. Feeling the Macallan already.
Aren't we all, Professor? Aren't we all? To eternal glory.
I'll drink to that.
Here and beyond.
Indeed.
And to my beautiful wife as well.
How lovely.
May is just eating her dinner and wishing she'd brought a manuscript to go over.
The noodles have cooled properly, so Charles begins to dig into them a little bit.
Manuscripts. This reminds me of writing in my manuscript.
You have a manuscript?
What are you writing there?
Yes. What
Writing.
about what do you write, Michael?
Just book on travels, my travels and religious studies.
Oh, you never mentioned that you travelled. I'm interested. Where have you travelled that you find worthy to be
All over China, sir. I'm a missionary.
Of course.
Spend time in all kinds of places.
He looks like a hardy sort too. You don't see many missionaries nowadays. Not many too brave to be in these parts.
That is a fair statement.
This is a tumultuous case, but I'm sure I can help and aid in bringing peace to the people here.
Of course, Michael. It's
Now I'm starting to talk like
you
Train.
and
It's spreading.
to have you with us.
Spreading.
Yeah.
Spreading.
We're
The
lovely.
good word of
Animal.
what are you a missionary of, Michael? You said you are. What do you preach?
I'm a Catholic missionary.
Oh, perfect. You're a Catholic, my kind of people.
Interesting. And then he just notes something down in his manuscript.
Well, Michael, I do have my personal journal on me. If you like, I can share some of the notes I have taken from looking over the scrolls and texts of Wen Xia. If you have some time, he still like pulls out a notebook and offers to. If you like, you can spend time talking with him, and he invites Miss Chang as well.
Nice.
I would be interested in your notes, yes, although I'm more interested in the manuscripts themselves, of course.
Very fair, very fair.
Well, I've quite eaten my fill. If you wouldn't mind, I have to attend my ceremonies and you guys all know that Sofian is a devout Muslim, and so at this time of day he must pray, and so he excuses himself directly before sundown toward his room.
All right.
As he's leaving, I say, I'm sure there are several mosques in the area if you wish to pray with others.
Oh, yes, I have given it some thought. Unfortunately, the closest mosque is approximately 9 or 10 blocks away, and I would prefer to stay in the local area, and I'll go on the morrow before we leave in the morning. But thank you for your kindness.
Of course. Good evening to you.
Indeed. And he walks back to his room.
Have a good evening, sir.
Same to you, Mr. and Mrs. Lockhart.
Have a good evening.
I look down at my watch and I check the time. What time would it be now, GM?
So on a half hour, so it's on a 90 minutes, and then dinner probably around, let's call it 8 p.m.
Okay. I look to Eleanor and kind of give her a knowing look of, are we staying up or are we calling it an evening?
Let's have a drink after dinner.
Great. So I call the wait. I ask. Well, first I look at the table and I say, a quick nightcap, shall we?
I take it this is my opportunity to excuse myself, gentlemen. I will be going to the room to rest. Enjoy your drinks.
Sleep well, Michael.
I, too, do have some work to go over this evening. I shall join you in the morning promptly for a visit to Mr. Han.
Thank you, Chang.
Have a great night.
Sleep well.
Good evening. I head back
To
to my
Professor
room.
Johnson. I hope that all goes well with your cane, and I'll keep an eye out.
Oh, it's Han
sorry.
Me.
It's Han Me. I wasn't looking at my notes when I said it, so I
That's all,
remembered
it's all
it.
good.
I remembered it backwards.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's
I
a
know-
little bit
I know-
unintuitive, yeah.
Yeah, I know they're flipped. I just wasn't looking at my notes and remembered it. I
But
remembered
also,
it backwards.
I say that because like Han is more likely to be a last name than me in my personal experience, so that took some time for me as well. But yeah, Professor Johnson bids you all good evening and slowly makes his way as well up to his room.
On my way back to our room, I'm going to talk to the concierge.
Okay.
I'm going to walk up to him. As I'll say to Eleanor, just a moment, sweetheart. I'll be right there. And I'll walk up to the concierge and I'll ask in Chinese, "Hey, I have a question for you."
Oh yes. How can I help you, Mr. Lockhart?
That's correct. And I'm going to be speaking in Chinese the whole time.
Yep.
I say, your service has been wonderful so far. It's been a wonderful spending time here with you. And so I was speaking with my friend, the professor, not too long ago, and he told me something about his cane he had an incident with his room, and I wanted to just ask if there was anything that could be remedied, and/or has anything been found in the time that since we've.
Because of your approach and how delightfully polite you are,
Oh, I'm all smiles.
yeah,
All smiles.
you know what? I'm gonna have you, Charles, roll me a charm check.
Nice. Oh, so close.
Push it. I'm gonna push
You
it.
also wait. Do we? Apologies, Keeper. Do we have? We still have luck points, correct?
You do have luck points at your disposal.
It's not too much luck. That wouldn't be too bad.
Only 7
You know what?
points.
I have
there.
45 luck points. I'm going to
Dude,
use it.
come
Yeah,
on.
I got enough. So I'll
Alright.
use to get to 55. So I'll use 7.
Mhm.
Okay, let me just. Oops, sorry. That.
Ah, you wasted it, you son of a bitch.
How do I
So
lose?
we're going
Well,
to
that's
change
just my
your-
score.
That's
Yeah.
just
We're
a
just
luck
gonna
roll.
change you
You just-
back to edit mode. Take away 7. Don't carry the 1.
Where are my luck points?
It's at the bottom right of. It's where chaotic evil.
Oh, I
would
see.
be
I
in
see.
your
I see.
stats.
It's where I did
Yeah.
under education, right?
Yeah, you just need to turn it
Yeah.
into edit mode first.
Yeah,
Sure.
I
Oh,
took care of
got
this
it,
for
got
you.
Pretty sure
Got it,
equals
got it. Thank you, John.
MC's.
Okay,
Pretty sure
cool.
equals. Pretty sure equals
So
MC
I
square.
make the 55.
Yes.
And so the luck points are, as he had walked up, he had a silver dollar under his hand,
Mhm.
and he slides it ever so gently, and so it's a 2-tiered
Yeah,
kiosk, right? So
it is.
he just slides it off, and it just ever so slightly clinks into like a little cup that's sitting just on the kiosk
It,
front
Mr.
desk. I should
Qian
say.
actually sees this coin slide across, and as it's about to drop, he quietly, without looking, catches it before it hits the cup, and
Perfect.
gently places it in. And he says, "Well, Mr. Lockhart, I will let you know that the hotel denies any problem of having such petty pilfering, and
I
that is a
jump in quickly as he says that, and I say, of course, the hotel has no fault at all. Please continue."
indeed." He leans in and says, "I will also say that the professor's loss is not the first I've heard of. I have friends working at other guest houses of the city that have recently reported that their guests are losing or mislaying items as well. Nothing of great value, but it's always something of personal or sentimental nature, like the professor's cane." He looks you down and up and sees your very nice suit and John F. Kennedy face before the 60s is even here, and says, "Are you interested in looking into this, Mr. Lockhart?"
Yes, I am.
"I see. Well," he checks a watch. "If you're interested, I think you should go and speak to a friend of mine, Mr. Lee. He works as a night porter at a Pilgrim Hotel close to the city's western gate. I don't know for certain, but I think Mr. Lee knows a bit more than I do about this."
I slide another coin toward the cup and say in Chinese, "Thank you very much, and have a great evening." And as I slide the coin off the top of the front desk, I begin to move.
Yep. As the coin goes into the cup, he says, "And Mr. Lockhart, if you hurry, I think you'll be able to catch him before his shift begins."
I just say thank you in Chinese, and I move off.
Mhm.
And I move up to Eleanor, and I say, "Shall we, sweetheart?"
Oh, where to?
Well, I look at my watch, and I say, and I say, "Well, our friends seem to be going off to bed, but I seem to have a small peckish nature that I feel we should, well, yes, that I feel we should indulge ourselves with. I'm not quite as tired. I always find that you should stay up as late as you can when we do these long days travel. So the next day you have an easier rest. There is a place I would like to take a bit of a gander to.
Oh, Charles, you're always so romantic when we're in the city.
Well, and I look over at Michael and Timur, and I say, gentlemen, if you'd like to join us, we'll be going towards the western side of the city. If you would like to tag along, our friends upstairs, if we want to give them a bit of time to come back downstairs, if we'd like to have a respite here on the couches while we wait, I would be willing to allow them to come downstairs. What do you think, gentlemen? Are you up for a night on the town?
I think, yeah, is Timur the one here with us?
Timur is, right?
Timur
Yes.
and
Michael is gone, right? Or is Michael still here?
Michael, I think, is gone
Michael went
upstairs.
Michael's gone. Okay, Michael's gone.
May is upstairs as well.
Yes.
And
Yep.
Professor is still over there.
He's over
May
there.
is,
Yes,
May
he's
is at
made
her
it
desk
local,
going
yeah.
over her research.
Right. So this is well, okay. So I'm sorry, I got a little distracted there. So I'll say that to Timur. Be like, Timur, would you want to go on a night on the town?
Suppose why not? At least I
Excellent.
brought some self-defense with me just in case. Saying,
And I just kind of look at him. You packing heat, huh? I get in real close and say it nice and quiet.
listen, with all the theater going on, can you really blame me?
Not at all. You keep a sharp eye.
Saying as
And I say, and I just kind of go, shoot first. Don't ask questions. And I look at Eleanor and I say, what's up?
All this talk about shooting people.
No, I said that quietly. You didn't. I don't think you'd. I mean, I said that very quietly
I'm just
to him.
looking around. Okay.
Yeah, I did not mean for you to hear me say that. And I turn to Eleanor and I say, well, shall we wait for the group or shall we move forward? What do you think? What do you want to do?
I know May is up for the night, but Mr. Shaifan might come back downstairs. Did you want to ring someone's room or?
That's a wonderful idea. I walk back over to the concierge and I say, what's his name again?
Mr. Qian.
Oh, Mr. Qian, if you'd be so kind, if you could please ring. And I kind of look back to Eleanor. I say, who did you want me to call again?
Matt, what's your character's name again?
Sofian Bazaz-Wain.
Sofian.
Of course.
Okay.
Well, I look down at my watch and I go, his praying isn't finished. We'll just wait down here. We'll wait a few minutes. So can we say we wait until, I mean, he's probably going to take about 15, 20 minutes.
It takes
pray,
about 20 minutes. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is there a cantor? That's a great thing. Would I be able to hear the?
There is a, yeah.
So I say, I kind of look at Eleanor and I go, we'll just wait. And I sit down on the couch and I wait until I finish hearing the song and the prayer be done. And then I ask the concierge to please ring his room.
Yep. Fun fact, there's a large Chinese Muslim population in the city of Xi'an, especially at this time.
Okay.
And Mr. Qian just nods, and Sofian, you hear the telephone ring in your room.
I get up after hearing the beautiful services. I get up off my knees, roll up my mat, place it back into my closet, lock it completely, assuming that these cabinets have like a little key lock. Because if there's anything I don't want to have stolen amongst all of my other possessions, that is one of them. And I walk over to the phone and pick it up with the receiver to my ear and the speaky phone in the front.
Hello, Mr. Bazaz-Wain?
Yes, this is he.
sorry to disturb you at this time of night, but your colleague, Mr. Lockhart, wishes to let you know that he looks towards you, Mr. Lockhart.
We'll be going out on the town if he wishes to indulge us with his presence after his prayer.
He relates that to you.
You may let Mr. Lockhart know that I have completed said prayer, and I will be with him shortly.
Very well.
Appreciate it. Click.
Great. I walk back over to Eleanor. I say, "Hey, he will come with us. Do you want me to get Chang Mei or Michael to see if they want to come?"
I'll ring Chang Mei, but she does love those tomes she's been studying over. So I go up to the concierge and in poor Chinese, like poor language skills, ask if he would
25,
please,
I think hers is.
yeah,
Mine's
please ring
55.
Chang Mei's room.
He smiles a little lightly and says, "Of course." And Chang Mei, you hear your phone ring, and you two of you may converse through.
I tear my eyes away from. I've actually been sitting, and I've taken one of the manuscripts out from under the mattress, and I have
the flashlight underneath.
no,
her blanket.
I have my notebook next to me, and my calligraphy set, and I am very carefully making a copy of the manuscript in my notebook to the best of my ability, but I'm not really happy with it. It's not as good. It is not as good as it could be, but practice makes perfect, and so that's what I'm doing.
And yet, to the common eye, it would look very, very good.
I'm sure it would, but it's not good enough. I'm not happy.
I know
But I
feel personal. Anyway,
but I answer the phone. Yes.
Oh,
Miss Chang?
hello. Oh, sorry, he's speaking.
No, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I forgot my own thing 5 minutes ago.
That's okay because the concierge did the phone call last time.
Yeah.
So,
Miss Chang, your colleagues wish to know if you would like to join them on a night on the town, so to speak.
I look at my notes. I look out the window. Look at my notes.
Yes.
All right, tell them I'll be down in a moment, please.
Of course. This conversation.
She's my
happened
boss. Look at my
anytime.
notes. She's my boss. Look at my notes. She's my boss. I still take a moment. I dust my ink with some powder so that it doesn't smear. I close my notebook. I stow the manuscript very, very carefully under the mattress once again, smoothing the blankets, everything perfect. I lock the calligraphy set away in my luggage, in its little case at the bottom, underneath, my underwear and everything else, the very bottom where no one wants to look. I take a quick moment in the mirror, make sure I look presentable. Maybe tuck back a few stray hairs that have found their way out of my bun. And make my way downstairs.
Excellent.
Okay.
That whole thing
okay.
probably takes like 10 minutes because.
Yeah.
Excuse me, did someone knock on my door?
I was about to say.
darling, did you want to ring Mr. Lee?
And as Eleanor asks me that, I'll say, "Just a moment, sweetheart," and I'll run up the stairs and I'll find Mr. Lee's door. Or actually, before I go up, I'll ask the concierge, "And what room would be Mr. Lee's room, please?"
Number 206.
206. Got it. Thank you. I'll go upstairs real quick, and I'll just go. You'll just hear on your door.
And as I get up from my manuscript writing at the desk, and I walk over and. Yes.
Michael, would you like to go raise some holy hell with us? We're gonna go out and have a night on the town.
Oh
just kidding.
no!
Michael, I'm kidding. Just come enjoy the city with us. Yes, come on. You got from one Catholic to another. You have to. Come on.
Yourself. I must stay here and write in my manuscript.
You're a very devout man. I respect that. But tonight, there's something important. Oh, I have a question for you. Were you moved by the professor's story about his cane?
Not specifically.
Not specific.
I don't understand what the importance of this cane is, but I can tell you that this town is filled with thieves.
Evidently
It's a
something.
bad time right now.
I agree. Well, time is a little bit of the essence. So if you would like to accompany us this evening, I would like to have your presence with us. But
Yes,
if your
but there's going to
manuscript
be
calls and God and your
drinking,
devoutness to God is taken
Yes.
over,
no drinking.
I respect that.
I'm going to go back to my desk. Yeah. If you guys need me, I'm here. Come by. I'm more than willing to help.
I nod and I say, God is good, and I close the door. I go back downstairs and I say, he's occupied.
I
He's,
mean,
let's say he's full up on the Holy Spirit.
oh,
May
My
sort of
God.
longingly looks back up the stairs, wondering how he got away with it.
Where is Michael hiding at this
I
time?
mean, he is a very devout individual indeed.
We have
Takes,
few nights at such luxurious lodgings as these, so might as
Might
well
as
enjoy
well.
it.
That's true.
So where is it that we're off to, and how far away is this place?
We're going to the, what was it called again, John? The Pilgrim Hotel?
A pilgrim. I'm looking at if it's a hotel or hostel. One
Hostel,
second.
maybe?
It's just the difference of an S.
Yes. Yeah, Pilgrim Hostel, close to the city's western gate.
Yeah, the Western Gate. I have that note. We're going towards the Western Gate. We're going to be going to the Pilgrim Hostel. We have a what was the guy's name was Mr. Lee. We're going to talk to a guy named Mr. Lee. Don't you worry, I got it covered. So I say let's go, and I grab Eleanor by the arm and kind of lead her towards the door.
Charles, have you got a reservation? Who is Mr. Lee?
I have a piece of information. Just I have a lead. Trust me. We might be able to speak to this guy. Is and I say it quietly to her that he is a proprietor at this hostel that might have some information on the cane that was taken, or the thief. It's the
thefts.
The thefts. That's right.
Yes. All right, so I'm gonna move you all out of the Kulo house then, as you exit, and we are on the on the map.
I whistle
Right
for a
here.
cab. Are there cars at this point? Could I
There
whistle
are
for a cab?
there are no cars right now, or very few. If anything, it'd be like a rickshaw.
Okay.
Hmm.
Are there like
like one of those like.
I was gonna say a
carriages,
rickshaw.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. You whistle and there's a rickshaw who pulls up, and it's late. The sun is nearly setting, but yeah.
Okay. I mean, I offer Eleanor to go first. I mean, I don't know. How do we want to move there? Do we want to kind
How
of
many
flag down a
people
few of
can
them?
fit? Yeah.
Two can fit in a rickshaw.
It'd be two. It's also like to get to the Western Gate, you're following along the main road.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I see it.
20-minute walk, maybe.
Okay, let's just walk then.
Let's
Let's
just
just walk
yeah.
it.
yeah.
So it's kind of down the main thoroughfare.
Yeah.
Okay, great. What's this main thoroughfare like? GM or keeper, I should say.
This main thoroughfare, you imagine it'd be much more bustling and busy, but it is now winding down as the
At
evening
8
is-
o'clock?
Yeah.
Interesting,
There aren't really
okay.
night markets right now, and it's sort of winding down. Shops are beginning to close. People are quickly trying to gather their things, and that is because they need to make it before the gates close for the night. And
What
they're
What do you mean
okay.
that make it? You mean get outside of
Get
the
out of the
get out of
city.
the city before the city gates close for the night.
because they live outside the gates and they don't come
Yeah.
back in? Oh, shit.
So this is the western gate, John. This one here.
So yeah, there's
That would be the eastern gate, I would think, right? Unless the
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
So
So it'll be here.
Yeah, you're right down there, actually.
Okay,
and
cool.
Right about
Woo.
there, you walk through and you see like mules and a small
Bunch of
herd,
asses.
mhm,
Damn.
small herd of sheep, a couple of people lugging carts full of baskets of fruit and produce and such like that. Late September is like around the
Pi-
end of the harvest season.
Like pineapples, cranberries, and oranges, maybe.
No pineapples,
Okay.
I don't think. Mostly like maybe apples, oranges, and like along the way, you do see that although many other carts are trying to move and make their way through the city, there is one cart still in the thoroughfare, off to the side. A large red hand cart, painted with golden Chinese letters. And it's a little way down from the town god temple, and it's on the way to the western gate. There's a little bit of a shabby looking cart, and there's a sign on the front, written in Chinese. I believe.
What do I know what it says?
I was going to say, what does it say? Because I
Yeah, what
definitely
does it say?
read it.
I probably do.
So, who has at least a 50% in Chinese,
Me.
Me,
or is native born to China?
also me.
So it'd be Mr. Lockhart and Miss Chang. The two of you see that this reads, Sai Na, purveyor of fine religious tokens and artifacts. And he sees the two of you looking at the sign, and he just sort of makes eye contact with you and sort of gives you a just kind of like draw you over.
May will go over. She's been hauled away from her studies, but this is at least piqued her interest more than going out and getting drunk has.
I'll kind of slow down my pace and kind of eye her interact a little bit. Just kind of stay in the background a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay. So this individual, he says, hello. He's dressed in a worn, heavily worn but clean set of robes, and it's kind of a little bit hunched, and it's like mid-40s. And it says, "Fancy anything you like? These are very, very auspicious items for good luck and fortune."
What sort of things do I see on his cart? What does he have?
So you see that there are various sculptures and like trinkets and made of porcelain or stone. There looks to be a small camel that has these like baskets laden with fruit. It's like a statue. There's like a vase carved from stone that looks like a greenish stone. There's a small pile of bronze coins, looks like, but they look kind of corroded, about 1 inch in diameter. And thank you, Matt. And
Can I make
yeah.
a spot hidden check to see if there's anything particularly interesting or unique?
Well, spot hidden would look for something that's like hidden from view. I'd say give me either appraise or archaeology.
Nice.
Okay. Where is appraise hiding? I don't even see appraise on my sheet.
Under
the left?
anthropology.
The
Oh,
third.
there it is. Oh, that is ever so slightly better than my archaeology. I am not going to make this.
I
Yeah,
have
no,
a
definitely
one.
Ooh, man.
Yeah, I have a 5. That's what I have too.
All right.
I can walk up and see what you're looking at.
Yeah. Hi, kitty.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Oh.
Hi, clumsy kitty.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Oh, there you go.
Ah.
Nice.
By the way, make sure that you mark down which skills that you succeed in.
Yes, I will.
Without
I have
the
not
use of luck.
succeeded in anything yet. Oh, hi, kitty.
Oh shit.
Hello.
Yeah,
Without
you're
the
right.
use of luck or pushing, right?
big kitty, correct.
Psychology, I got one, yeah.
Yeah.
Fill the little dot next to the skill.
Yeah.
Okay, to mark it.
Oh, yeah. That's a great idea.
So, Dr. Lockhart, as you approach this stand, let me show you actually what this man looks like.
Ooh, hand out.
Yay.
That's the
Fun stuff approaching. Oh, I got a history one too. Nice.
Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
He starts to basically give you a string of sales pitches about these are very auspicious items with good luck and fortune. They'll keep away sickness and ill, and all sorts of things like that. But your precise and trained eye looks across all these items. Most of them are basically junk. But you do notice that the camel and the vase are actually genuinely old.
Charles,
Yes, darling.
I think I'd like to make some purchases. Will you use your haggling skills with me?
But of course. And I whisper to you. I come over and I put my my mouth right near your ear and I say, "What would you like?"
Oh, the camel and the vase.
As you wish. And I go over and I begin speaking with what was his name again? Sorry,
Mr. Sai.
Mr. Sai. And I speak to him in Chinese. I say the camel and I turn back to Eleanor and I say the what again? Sorry.
The vase.
The vase. I say the camel and I point to the vase and I say how much?
So I'd like to ask, are you trying to haggle with him, or are you trying to just buy it at his price?
I'm asking how much he's asking for it. I plan on haggling. Yes.
Okay. For the sake of this, I want you to roll either fast talk or persuasion.
Okay. Let me see. Fast talk or persuasion?
Yeah.
Let me see what my persuasion score is. They're both the same. I'll fast talk. Ooh, ouch.
Oh.
Almost a fumble there.
No, it's almost a fumble. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for the reminder. I'm gonna push it, and I'm going to realize that I switched the phoneticism of the language, that I mixed it up. I put the sentence in the wrong order. I kind of shake my head and I say in Chinese, just a minute, and then I re-say the sentence again, going over it more accurately because I talk too fast. So
Yep.
should I do another fast talk push?
I think that's another fast talk. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna try it again because it kind of rolled off my tongue a little bit. So I want to see it. Okay, let's see if I can do it again.
Oh my!
Ooh,
yeah,
got
baby.
it.
Ooh.
As I see I redo the sentence in my head, and it comes off my tongue because I practiced that.
He seems to be quite pleased by this, and he agrees. He says, "The two of them, I'll give you a deal. They were each 10 silver dollars. I'll give you both for 15, and 2 of these very old and auspicious good luck charms." And he takes 2 of these the bronze coins and places them with the vase and the camel. All of this for $15.
15.
Yes.
Can I examine the coins as he's
I was
doing
about to
this?
say I look to my team of archaeologists and I look at them and I go 15.
Okay.
Is there anything printed on the coins?
So the
Because
coins
my
have
appraisal in archaeology are bad.
I'm mostly looking to see if there's anything printed on the coins.
there are Chinese characters printed on the coins.
What do
Ooh.
they say?
Yeah, what do they say?
They're basically the words for money, gold, and cardinal directions. And it basically says this is a one tailed coin.
Okay.
Like for
Um,
feng shui.
This is literally just money, but from a
Okay.
previous
Okay.
old time.
Old money.
Yeah.
Probably not worth very much anymore, because who utilizes it?
In fact, I will give one for each of your party. And he just pulls from the pile and just has.
Oh, so
5
it's
of
not
you.
worth much at all. And I just kind of look at him like, you said 15. I go 12.
You drive a hard bargain, Mr. American. 12 it is.
I shake his hand and I say, and as I shake his hand, he feels the palm.
He feels the palm.
He feels the
yeah.
money in his
okay,
palm.
got it.
That I
it.
instead
Yeah,
of
got
being
it,
like,
I got it.
here's the money, it's just
Yeah, I
shake,
got it, I
shake,
got it.
you have it.
Took me a minute, and he quickly slides it into his robe sleeve and says, "Now, if you would like, it seems that you are some purveyors of fine pieces and the like. I have a couple of other more genuine antiques."
Is he speaking in Chinese the whole time?
He switches to English when he sees the whole party is here.
Okay. Interested when he starts speaking in English, because I speak no Chinese at all, unfortunately. And I say, "Excuse me, my dear man, where is it that you obtained all of these wonderful items?"
Oh, from various different ways and places. I go and acquire these things. Merchants don't give their secrets, but I guarantee
Of
that these
course.
are genuine.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt, they are genuine. Of course, as you can see by my friend's interest. I just wanted to know where you had obtained them.
He sort of just looks at you and just says, "Now, we don't have to pry like this, do we?"
I say to him
I-
in Chinese very quickly, I say, please excuse my friend.
I was going to say, I look at him in Chinese and say, don't mind them. They're not from here.
I look at May and I just nod like our apologies for his brashness.
Okay.
And I look at Sofian and I just kind of look at him like, huh? What are you doing?
Let's see. Well, let me look at. I keep have to look through all the skills again because I just can't remember them all. I would
It
like
has been
either,
a year.
It has been a year. I would like either charm or persuade from either Chang Mei and Charles or both. Either or.
Go ahead, May. Try first. Let's see how you do.
I'll try a persuade.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Damn.
Success.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Yay, my first success of the night.
You see that
Hi, kitty.
Mr. Sai relaxes and just says, Of course. Many travelers come through these parts.
I would say I have, and I'm speaking to him entirely in Chinese. I don't suppose you have any charms to, you said improve health, yes?
Yes.
I've been having some trouble walking lately. Pain in my foot. It's been a long journey, and these shoes, let's just say I chose poorly. I don't suppose you have anything that might assist me in that arena, do you?
I might, though I don't have it with me right now. How about this? I would like to invite you to my personal warehouse. Come, and he reaches into the cart and writes an address on a piece of paper and holds it out. Meet me at this address tomorrow night, and you may peruse my more select collection.
I just look at May.
I thank you for your generosity, and I take the address and just slip it into my pocket.
I say
And
thank you.
Please bring your friends too.
Of course.
Well, what did he say?
And I just
look at him. I was like, he thanked us for our business.
Oh, very kind of you, sir.
we were just settling up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great eye to stop at that cart, May.
Well, you know me. I always like to have a look around.
Well, that was an interesting excursion. Shall we?
Continue.
To the hostel?
Cost.
Yes.
Yes.
Lead the way, Bazaz.
I don't know the city very well, but I assume over there, and he points over to where I'm
just
sure there's
look
like
at
a
him and I go,
giant fucking gate. Like,
there-
Like
Then I
you're
go,
the one who knows where we're
"Quest."
going.
There is indeed a hostel within a block of where you are.
I just kind of go, you mean that?
oh yes, that does
It's
seem.
inside the gate, right? We're not going out of the city
No, no,
before
we're
the
it is
gate.
inside
Okay.
the gate.
All right, just making
Cool.
sure we're not going to get
It's
locked out
near the
tonight.
western gate. That's what they say.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, as you arrive, you do see that you arrive just as another gentleman with a hat and coat, and is actually rushing hurriedly in and says, "Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry." And he sort of like sidesteps around you and begins to walk into the hostel.
I feel like I just don't trust that man's actions.
I was gonna say, can we like
Can I tell if he just? How do I tell if he
natural
just
and move in
tried?
behind him and try and
No,
listen?
how do I tell if he just tried to pick my pocket? That's what I'm trying to
Ooh,
figure
good
out.
one.
Spot
Yeah,
hidden.
nice job.
That'll be a
Spot
spot hidden.
hidden. I'm on it. There you
Yeah.
go. Hard success.
Ooh, nice job.
God
there.
damn.
So, as you sort of like become very aware of your person, you notice that as like he actively tried to make sure he did not touch you.
Oh,
Oh, that's even
Okay,
weirder.
okay.
He Keanu Reeves you.
Yeah,
you.
he like stops
You're
abruptly and tries to make sure he doesn't
gorgeous,
touch
or whatever-
anybody,
whatever he said. What was
and
it?
he just like, you're breathtaking.
That's it. You're breathtaking. That's
Yeah,
right.
so
Right.
he
Okay.
actively like tries to skirts around the group and like just goes in towards the hostel, and you hear someone over there say, John, you're late.
That was odd.
Actually, he says, Li Chun, you're late.
Ooh, as how close is he to me?
He's around 10 feet away from you now.
I take like a big step toward him and I tap him on the shoulder and I say, before you start, old chap, I'd like to have a word with you.
Okay. He turns around and says, I'm sorry, can I help you?
Mr. Lee, is it?
Yes, who are you?
Charles Lockhart, United States.
Diplomat.
That's not a title.
Oh.
Come on, what do they say? Like, when you're a member of the UN, what do you say?
Well, the UN doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, it'd be
Yeah,
great.
right,
but that's what I mean. Like, this is like a ambassador.
You could
I
just
guess.
say ambassadorial
Ambassador,
services, yeah, ambassador,
You
or
would
still be an ambassador
diplomatic
back in the
services,
day.
or something like that. Yeah,
Working with the
Diplomatic
American
services.
Embassy.
yeah.
Yeah,
with the
ambassadors
American
still
Embassy.
existed before the UN.
Oh yeah,
He
absolutely.
slowly and gingerly reaches out his hand to shake yours.
I firmly shake it. And I say in Chinese, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lee."
Likewise. Is there anything I can help you with? I have to get to work.
Do you have a few minutes to speak with us about some business I'd like to take care of before your shift begins? I'll make it worth your while. Perhaps a drink at the bar.
First up, let me show you what Mr. Lee looks like.
I sort of like lean over to Timur because Sofian has no idea what the fuck is going on. So I just lean over to
He's a bit young.
Timur,
Okay, I don't offer the drink at the bar. He's a bit young.
and I just I just say to Timur, what's all this? What the hell is going on here?
I turn over behind me and go, "It's politics."
You invited me out for politics?
He looks at you. I need you to make either charm or persuade.
Oh my gosh, look at that guy.
Look at that dude.
He's a baby.
He is a handsome young man.
Yeah, He's a boo-boo.
He's very dapper, very well dressed.
He is very dapper and very young, so I do not offer him a drink at the bar.
Mr. Lee just sighs and says, I can spare a few minutes. And he
Great.
turns around and says, 1 minute. And to the guy at the door, and the guy just like shrugs and goes back inside.
I grab May and I kind of pull us all over to the side, and I say, now I hear that you might have some information about things disappearing in this city, particularly at and I name the hotel that we're at.
Ulo House?
Yes, Ulo House.
Cool, with a K.
Kulo, thank you.
Kulo House. Did Mr. Qian send you?
He did indeed.
You see that Mr. Lee just relaxes a bit. Mr. Qian is a good friend of mine. We grew up together. Yes, we've had some thefts recently and long before. There are children here, you know, and thieves and beggars.
I quickly say, look, I'm not trying to get you in any sort of trouble. Just looking for an item of a friend of mine.
What kind of item?
A cane of black wood and a nautical-themed handpiece.
And it was stolen?
Correct, out of his room.
So he says.
That's very odd to steal.
Agreed.
I don't think I've seen that sort of thing before, but something was stolen from here recently.
What was stolen here?
An old gentleman from Shanghai. He lost an old porcelain pillow, and it belonged to him It travels with him ever since he was a child, apparently, and he cannot sleep comfortably without it. He has since left the city, and he is deeply upset that the search failed to turn up his precious pillow. He even gave me an address and some money in case it did turn up, and I could send it back.
What was the address?
It's a address in Shanghai, and
Okay.
yeah.
Speaking of addresses, could you tell me where this one is? And I pull out the piece of paper with the warehouse address on it and show it to him.
This is in one of the This is in one of the residential districts, the poorer one, I think, bordering between the merchants and the beggars.
It's a common place for a warehouse?
Perhaps. Depends on what you would call a warehouse.
I just kind of look at him, like, unsure of what he means by that.
One could say a warehouse is a house you hold wares.
Understood.
And just shrugs.
Well, Mr. Lockhart, do you have any further questions, or should we let him get to work?
I slip him is there something other than a silver dollar? Like a smaller.
There are fen. There's lower denominations.
Okay.
In the note coin of the realm.
Yeah, there's a handout.
Oh, is there?
One silver dollar breaks down to 100 fen or 1,000 wen.
I have like a 50 piece basically. Let me see. Where is this? A coin of the realm. Here we go.
A 50 fen coin.
Yeah, I have like a 50 fen coin that I slip it to him.
Thank you. And he sort of nods and pockets it. You seem to have some sort of idea around in this city of things that might be going on. It was very strange when the night the pillow was stolen. And I swear I saw a child in the alley behind the hostel that night.
And that would be unusual?
Oh, yes. the children would not dare run around these spots, especially the ones who survive by theft. Thieves do not want to be caught by the city guard, that's for sure.
Why is that?
There are many of the gods who still believe in the... Hang on, I have the name for this, one sec. And there's a good many of these gods who still believe in the 5 traditional punishments, dating back to ancient times.
I see. I'm assuming that May knows what those are.
May knows what those are.
Do I know what those are?
You know what? Charles, give me a history check. I think May's combination of history and, like, nativity here.
And having grown up in China, yeah.
Ooh, I'll take the one luck
Oh,
point.
there you
yeah,
go.
I'll
Youth.
It's a
I'll
good
let that-
history score you
Yeah.
got there, sir.
I have 60. It's pretty good.
Charles and May, you both know of the various ways you do of the 5 traditional punishments,
Okay.
which range from flogging with a bamboo cane,
Yeah.
10 to 50 strokes, stepping up to being flogged with a larger rod, penal servitude plus all the previous punishments.
Wait, sorry. What oh, penal
what?
servitude. Penal servitude. That means like not what
Yes,
you
not penile.
yeah, penal.
Compulsory penal servitude. If it's bad, it is pretty bad. Stage 4 is exile,
Oof.
depending on the range. The severity determines range that you cannot approach the location, along with previous floggings.
Yep.
And the most severe would be all of those plus death.
Well, I mean,
And May, I think you would also possibly know that the 5 traditional punishments, this is an amended version. This used to be worse. And Charles,
Indeed.
you would know about this is because this is probably one of the things you were trying to ease out of
Stop.
vogue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be like, let's 1920, guys. It's modern society here.
hmm
Yeah. Okay.
We just go straight to the penal servitude. Type one.
So just
Okay,
to
cool.
be clear, you do think that it's children who are enacting these thefts, but are doing so at great personal risk to themselves?
I cannot say. It's strange enough that these things are being stolen. May. And
Yes.
Charles and May, you're two in front of this. Is everyone else around or like to step back at the gate?
I've followed them, but I'm not following the conversation very well.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not because we're speaking in Chinese, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. In that case,
I don't speak either.
Charles and May, I would like you two to make a psychology roll.
Oh my god, I succeeded.
Wow.
I did not expect that to happen.
very nice.
The two of
Jinx.
you, the two of you see that Mr. Lee, while looking young, you can see that he hasn't slept well, and he seems troubled as he's sort of retelling the story.
Okay.
I kind of take a softer tone and I was like, you seem bothered by this, more so than just because something was stolen from your hotel. What is it?
I really wish I knew more Chinese because I really like the wordplay around how this sounds in my head, but he basically says, I say child, but only because of the size. Shouldn't have been more than a toddler, or maybe like 8, 7, younger. But it did not move like any child I know.
How do you mean?
Move.
Yeah.
It glided and danced
Huh.
And was remarkably well dressed for a street child, I will say that.
This is all in Chinese, right? That they're talking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Never mind. I'm just sitting there tapping my thumbs.
If you're close enough, he would offer to switch to English if need be.
By
But so
all means.
I look at him again just to clarify, and I say, "You say dance?"
And I say
Yeah.
toddler?
And I say, toddler dance.
Yes, small dancing children.
Freaky.
That it brings to mind. Apologies, Mr. Lee. Apologies. I just sort of like come in real quick to Doctor
Oh my god.
to Dr. Lockhart, and I go like in her ear. I just say, the professor spoke during his encounter with us of the dream that he had when he was half drunk, of tiny dancers in his room.
Yes, and it sounded very unlikely, but now we're hearing it again.
Yeah, May is standing here reevaluating her opinion of blowhard drunk professor. But
So,
Charles laughs
she's
to
going to
himself.
turn to Lee, Mr. Lee, once again and say, "Do you know if anyone else staying at your hotel has seen the strange children or child?"
I don't think so. If anything, they just noticed things have left. I take my rounds as a night porter, and that's how I happen to be there.
Well,
Dancing.
we are staying at the Kulo house. If anybody does report that, would you be so kind as to pass that information along? It sounds strange, I know, but it may be related to our friend's missing cane.
You're friends of Mr. Qian, so I will pass along this information.
Thank you.
I say
Uh,
thank you in Chinese.
So I would like to, during that whole thing talking about dancing children, toddler, Rocky. Can I have? Who was thinking more about Professor Johnson, and who was thinking more about dancing toddlers? Like,
Like, what do you mean by thinking more about it?
like when they're trying to figure out thinking about the concept of these little dancing children who might also be thieves. Like, was your mind going to what Professor Johnson said, or how plausible is that in terms of like historical context?
My mind definitely went to what Professor Johnson said.
Same, yeah.
I was
going
thinking,
more
are
with
they
historical context? Yeah.
elves?
Right.
I
think
would
my wife and I
mostly-
are on the same wavelength there.
Okay, so
Mostly, I was thinking, well, I thought he was full of shit, but I guess maybe there was some truth to what he said.
you know what? I love how many options I have here.
The apartment was also thinking.
Yeah.
Well, I was personally thinking of the children part, but you know.
Okay, so I want Sofian and Mei to make either medicine or intelligence checks.
Oh, that's definitely going to be an intelligence check for me.
And I would like the Lockharts to make history checks.
There's my intelligence check.
My sheet's loading.
Okay?
I got nothing. Or
All successes, all the time.
Yeah.
I wish
So,
you guys could see how ridiculous my cat is being next to the computer right now.
Oh, which
Oh.
one is it?
Cat cam.
Brutus.
Brutus cat.
The one who has been all over me and simultaneously trying to knock over literally everything on my desk.
Just
Because he loves
you need a cat stun gun. You know,
No, I would.
something that puts it into a gentle torpor, like a gentle.
It's called the Pat Spat.
There you go.
Being incredibly sweet He's just in rare form. He's never hanging
He's
out with
missed
people.
his mom. You've been
It's
busy.
cool. It's cool. I get it.
He's
So-
kindly forgiven me for trying to feed him pills because I gave up on it. I'm like, you can have high blood pressure because you're miserable when I try to medicate you.
So what do we get from those rules there?
All successes across the board. So,
Yeah, baby.
Sofian and Mei, the two of you are basically putting together, as you the players are, that maybe Professor Johnson isn't full of shit,
There we go.
right? And that if Li Shun also saw a little person,
A little
it
dancing person.
could be a young one, but that there is apparently a real little person.
Who dances and
knows?
steals shit.
Yeah. Now, Charles and Eleanor, the two of you, in your studies about China, and you actually did come across that there was indeed a traveling community of little people in China
Cool.
who often
What were they
did come-
called?
I don't actually have that because it's not in the module.
Okay.
But,
The theater group.
but
Of little
they
people.
but they did actually spend quite a lot of time passing through Xi'an.
I
And they made-
mentioned that to Eleanor. I just kind of go, whatever the name would be, we can figure that out later and retcon that for next session. I just kind of mentioned it to her real quickly, like under my breath, like, whatever the translation would be, like Little People Theater Company.
and yeah.
Hmm.
So that is what you get from all these successes.
Dope.
Nice.
Okay. As you're all sort of mulling over this, Mr. Lee says, "Oh, yes, hang on, one moment." And he runs over to a side door and disappears for a few minutes. Comes back, and he has something in his pocket, and he pulls out these 3 terracotta coins, and pulls it out on a palm. They're around a ½ inch in diameter with a square hole in the center.
Is there any writing on them?
There's writing that basically signifies that this is currency, but it's made out of terracotta clay.
It's written in Chinese.
Yes.
Okay.
Do I recognize it?
Please roll appraisal or history.
Jonathan, I just want to make sure you're seeing my messages.
Just
I
for
see.
shits and giggles.
We're going to, I'm going to finish it up in a couple minutes.
No problem. Take your time.
Oh, that did not. I don't know why that went through twice.
Took the thought of my brain, Matt.
Okay, the second history, Eleanor, what?
Um,
It was a
Yes.
hard success. That was
Yeah.
a roll.
And if
Yep.
anyone would like to roll archaeology or occult,
I have neither. I suck at both.
I have the same thing in occult that I had in appraise, but I'll try it. Nope. Fail.
I'll try, but I don't think this is gonna work.
I mean, it's always worth a
Ooh,
try.
that's-
Oh,
Can I push that?
Nope.
we're lucky.
you-
I
can
can't
luck it.
push occult rolls, right? I can't push occult roll.
Okay.
Oh,
I
man,
Wait,
I was
why
so
can't you push
close.
an occult roll?
Can I?
Can't you luck occult?
You can luck anything
doing
in
it.
the
I'm
whole
doing it.
game.
Luck
Three.
is got a much better chance. Like lucking it is a definite. Pushing, you're probably not.
The
gonna
only
do
thing
better.
you
There you
can't
go.
use luck points on is a luck roll, as far as I
Okay.
remember
I
it.
used luck to get there for
Okay.
occult.
Oh, this is delightful.
I
Okay.
love how Charles is burning, or he is just burning through his luck.
And
Doctor-
goodbye sanity, I'm sure, at some point.
Dr. Lockhart, you recognize these as miniature panliang, the half-tail coin used in China since antiquity. However, the real ones are 3 times the size and bronze, just like the ones that you bought from Sinai.
So they're
Now-
these fake or these pressings? Like they're the pressings that they made the coins from.
Now, as you're saying that, Chris, Charles, you've been around places, you've been and talking to interesting people in your time, and you happen to talk to a very interesting colleague, who met you for drinks, and he had had a recently deceased relative, and you learned of what is known as Ming Qian, or dark money, which is a type of spirit article, typically associated with the dead. And that is what this is the kind of item those terracotta coins are.
Shit.
That's like it's something that you send with the dead so they have money in the afterlife.
Yes.
Like when you burn a paper mansion or something like that.
Right, or you used to put money under people's tongues for Charon.
Or on their eyes.
Or on their eyes.
yeah. For Viking
that-
and Celtic.
That's the thing that Chinese funerals still do today in some areas is they'll burn like a paper Porsche or a paper
Yep.
mansion so that their beloved ones can have them in the afterlife.
Yep.
That's cool.
That's my culture. I do that.
Yeah. I
That's so
love that's a tour guide fact I learned from walking past all the shops down in Chinatown, but I thought that was super cool.
That's really cool. That is really cool.
And Mr. Lee says, I recognize these and I hid them from the guests because, and my employers too, because I didn't want this hostel getting a reputation of being haunted or cursed. No, we are not.
Of course you're not, I say,
And-
very kind.
And may you sympathize, as you do know indeed that the Chinese are very superstitious about owning grave goods.
Yes.
As anyone familiar with the country would know, no roll required.
Where did these come from?
We found them, well, I found them in the room where the gentleman was staying from Shanghai.
Well, this has been a fantastic conversation. I really appreciate your time, Mr. Lee, and appreciate all of the interesting information that you've given to us and to our friends.
Of course, I am very happy to help. If that is all, please give my regards to Mr. Qian, and I bid you all good evening.
Of course. Thank you, and have a good shift. We'll see you again soon.
Of course. And as you sort of say your goodbyes, and he walked into the hostel. Before we go to break, one thing happens. Michael!
Oh, shit. Going back to him.
Michael,
Nice.
Something
You-
weird has to happen to him.
are writing in. What are you doing in your room?
Ah.
I'm writing. I'm
You're writing.
I'm
It's
about
good.
to go.
good.
About to go to sleep.
Give me a listen roll real quick.
Oh no, we shouldn't have left him
shit.
behind.
I almost stayed behind just to see what weird shit would happen to me if I stayed behind alone, but I decided
There's
to come.
nothing worse than leaving a party member behind in Call of Cthulhu. Just saying.
Give you a listen roll.
I tried to get him to come.
Sorry, dude.
No, he played it right. He played it right on. He's like, yes, I am a Christian missionary. Let's go out of the town. Fuck off. Honestly.
I'm gonna read my Bible and go to bed. Good night.
Exactly. Hold on. Listen. It's strange because it's not.
Thunder
I got it
languages.
though.
Yeah.
Firearms, navigate, occult.
It's in the
it's
next
render
couple.
library
Oh,
use.
yeah.
Oh.
There we
There
go.
you go.
Oh.
Okay.
You should push
So-
that.
Failed every
You
roll.
can-
Use a Q-tip.
Or you can
You can-
push it.
What would you like to do?
I can try pushing it.
Do you want to push it?
How do you push this roll? If you were to do so.
I stand up and move closer to the window.
Okay.
Oh,
You get up,
God.
go towards the window.
Let's push.
God, never move closer to the window.
No.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Rolls are too high.
Michael's dead.
So
No, just kidding.
as you stand at the window and you sort of take in the night sky, and the muffled sounds of whatever nightlife is occurring, you suddenly hear a scream,
Oh shit.
and that's where we go to break.
Oh, balls.
Yay!
God damn it. All right. Cool. All right. Are we good for a 5-minute break, Jonathan?
Yeah, 5 minutes sounds good.
Super duper. All right, folks. Back in 5 with more Call of Cthulhu. Don't go anywhere. See you in a little bit.
we?
We're back.
We're back.
Woo! We're back.
Go, Jonathan.
Hello, and welcome back to Call of Cthulhu, where we are playing In the Hereafter. And there was a scream.
Scram.
Welcome back. So, recovering from the break, the majority of the party had gone out on the town, so to speak, to pay a visit to a Mr. Lee Chun, stopping by to buy some trinkets off of a merchant named Mr. Sai. Meanwhile, Michael, holed up in his room, dutifully tending to his manuscript, his life's work, goes over to a window, and after a moment, hears a scream. Michael, what would you like to do?
Where'd the scream come from?
The scream appeared to come from the hallway.
Gotta go help. So I go into the hallway.
You go into the hallway and you see one of the maids clutching her chest and is pressed up against the wall and she's breathing hard.
I rush over to the maid and I'm like, what happened? Are you okay?
And she stutters and she stutters a bit and she just says, I saw a child.
Where did you see the child? What child?
I saw the child just running down the hall. And it ran out the back door.
Okay. Are there... Are there no children in this establishment with their parents?
Not one as well dressed as that. And it danced down the hall.
I'm so confused.
And it was clutching something in its hands.
Was this like a scary child?
I was surprised. It's like I just saw a ghost.
Can I use a psychology roll here?
Sure.
The ghost. Let me see. Maybe this will be the one roll I don't fail. We'll see. Maybe I've been doing pretty bad on rolls. All right. Psychoanalysis? No. Psychology. Where are you? Damn it.
Psychology is in the far right column.
Jesus Christ.
I'm missing psychology because it's. I have. Oh yeah, I have it. It's
There
random
you
psychoanalysis.
Oh my!
Use-
some luck.
use
Either
those luck
push it
points.
or use some luck
I'm
points.
gonna use 14 luck.
There
points,
you
dude.
go. There you
There
go.
you go.
So,
Yeah, go.
she seems to warm by your. She seems to warm from your
Oh, he needs the edit capacity to get rid of those
Oh,
luck
yeah.
points.
He should be able to click it
You should be
himself.
able
It's
to
up
do
at the
it. Upper
very
right-hand
top.
corner.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just did it,
Cool.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
and I
So,
can't minus 14. So
the maid seems to be comforted by your calm presence, and you can tell that she had quite a shock. And it looks like she was about to clean one of the rooms of one of your colleagues.
okay. And so, which room did she come from? The child.
The child
She-
burst out of number 202.
Don't say my room. Don't say my room. Don't say my room.
Who's in
Who's-
202?
Whose room is 202?
That is the Lockhart's.
Fuck.
Ooh.
And what was the child clutching in his hands or her?
I couldn't make it out. It was something small. Maybe it was a box.
Remember, I grabbed all things of import before I left.
Okay, so let's go explore 202 and see if anything is missing.
Okay. You walk into room 202, and you see the Lockhart's room. It is. How would the Lockhart's room look?
Very well kept.
You tell me, bro.
Lots of cases, locked cases.
Yep.
That may be empty or may have items already in them.
There's a traveling bureau that we have that we bring with us, and it's locked and standing in probably between the two windows. If there's two windows in there.
Okay.
So let me explore around the room. I guess this is a room.
You take a look around the
hidden?
room. Yeah. And whatever drawers could be open are open. Whatever bags could be opened that are not tied shut and locked are
Mhm.
open.
So they've basically been robbed. Now I'm just going to do a spot hidden to see what was robbed.
Go ahead, roll spot hidden.
See if that works out for me. No more lucks. Where is spot hidden? Shake off edit mode.
Same column as
Under
psychology.
stealth or above
Oh,
My
come on.
God.
stealth.
My
That was hurt. That hurt.
God.
It's that
Oh,
kind of a
shit.
What's the
night.
fumble?
Bullshit.
Oh, God.
I
What do you want?
look closer.
Clean the old glasses. Yeah, look closer.
That
how
always
about you
works.
turn on
Turn
the
the
light?
light on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn on the light.
How about you open the eyes? Yeah, he just
There
said,
you go.
he just had to open his eyes. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's hard to do that. Spot
Wait,
hidden.
his eyes closed
It was
this
too
entire
dark
time?
in there.
You know?
Yeah. You
He
take
was
a look around.
praying.
The Lord said, "Let there be light."
you go.
Ah.
So Michael, you take a look around the room with the light on now, and you see that while things have been gone through, you do see that, for example, there's a nice pen that might belong to Mr. Lockhart. Not his nicest pen, of course, but could fetch a fair price in one of the undersides of counters or tables. It's still here. And in fact, you don't really see much is out of place. In fact, the jewelry drawer is hardly touched, as it was probably locked. But it doesn't even seem like it was moved. But as you're walking around, you feel something underneath your foot. And you look down. And you see scattered across the floor are these tiny clay coins.
Okay.
Shit.
Are these coins that belong to the Lockharts?
As far as you know, you haven't seen them
Shit.
look at these or use these.
What do the coins look like?
They're small, and they're terracotta, around that big. And second. Give me a history or occult.
Yeah, the occult is not going to be good. History is not going to be good either. So let's go with occult. I'll push it.
Ooh.
Or
No.
use luck.
Use
No,
your
just
luck,
use
bro.
luck. It's only, what, 7 points?
11.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 11 points. 11 points.
So yeah, I'm down to 50 luck points.
That's a lot. That's more than I have to start with.
I have
Hey.
33, bro.
Mhm.
So,
I have my starting and it was only 55. So
Okay, so that was an occult roll that passed because I used.
Luck, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Michael, you think back and you remember back to your childhood and your parents, your birth parents. One of your uncles, great uncles, had died. And during the funeral services, they had coins like these. And from that, you recognize that these are dark money, or Mingqian, and these are meant for the dead. They are grave goods.
Okay, so don't touch those. I look over at the lady and I
what
say,
are these coins called again?
Mingqian. So you can just call it dark money.
I'm actually just looking for a photo on the interwebs.
Yeah.
So I look over at the lady and I say, I will wait in the room with the door open for the Lockharts to return.
Very well. I'm sorry for disturbing you, sir.
No, it's not a problem. These are traveling companions of mine.
I see. I hope nothing of import was stolen.
We will see.
And she sort of nods and like clutches her skirts and just walks off.
I bow and sit on
Okay.
the chair.
So,
There's definitely a wingback chair in there.
202 is actually one of the nicer suites. And yeah, eventually. Well, Michael, is there anything else you'd like to do before we jump back to the other party?
No, actually, but I will take this opportunity to go. So
Oh,
I will see you guys in the next session.
super. Thank
Got
you,
it.
super
Good
duper
night, my
Alex.
friend.
Just remember that Michael Lee is very helpful. So he really wants to make sure that nothing was stolen from the Lockharts, and if something was stolen, that they know it was stolen, and that nobody should touch those coins.
Thank you.
All
Awesome.
right, guys.
Good
All right.
night, Alex. Have a good one.
Night,
You can
Alex.
catch that gentleman, by the way, at _Alex_Lorenzo on Instagram, where he posts absolutely
The
nothing.
Graham.
Yeah.
We'll see you.
It's true.
We'll see you next time, Alex. Have a good one,
See
buddy.
you guys.
All right. Don't mind the Zoom while I fix. I know it looks crazy. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Audience, roll sanity.
Yeah. we're all gonna go crazy until Matt fixes the Zoom. So don't mind us while we just talk, and you can sort of see. That's me. All right.
So, you mind if I continue, Matt?
By all means.
Okay. So, we return to the other party at the hostel. Legion has walked back into the hostel to start his shift. What would you like to do?
Well,
Charles, it doesn't look like you brought us here for a beverage after all.
no, I believe my work here is done, as they say.
I mean,
Um,
if I may be frank, I found this far more interesting.
Good, May. I'm
Well, I
glad.
am glad you joined us this evening.
Yes, well. When in name of city I can't remember.
Xi'an.
Sure.
When in Xi'an.
Well,
Agreed.
It certainly has been a rather learning experience so far, if that's the correct word.
Well, if we've learned one thing at least, it's that perhaps there was some truth in what the professor said, which I will admit to being skeptical of before.
Agreed, May. Agreed. Well, shall we retire to
Oh,
the hotel?
I'll take a moment as we walk back to
Mm.
explain to the non-Chinese speakers what the conversation with the merchant was about the warehouse and the address.
I'll
and
interject
what-
every once in a while to make sure that I'm involved as well.
Throws me back to my teenage years in high school.
But yes, I'll explain what I asked him, and that he gave me the address and said that I could bring my friends as well.
Yeah.
And that I don't trust him further than I could throw him, as they say. I believe in your country. I look over at Lockhart.
I give a nod.
Okay.
Well, I'm quite interested to see what he'll have.
Well, if he has the cane, then we know I'm right, and he can't be trusted further than he can be thrown, so...
Agreed.
So where the hell would a dancing pair of children even hide, or where do they take like all these items to, though?
Yeah, why are they? What are they collecting, and why are they collecting it?
Well,
They seem to be focused on sentimental personal items from what we've heard.
I agree, Eleanor.
that does seem to be the case, but also, I mean, the porcelain pillow was old.
The cane
Very.
was.
The cane may have been old. We don't actually know.
There has to be something in common about these particular items. So, of
Things that held sentimental value, clearly.
course.
Always on the ball.
Nothing physical about it, I think. Simply things
How
that
would-
held value of an emotional nature.
How would children stealing to survive know what held sentimental value to a random stranger?
Good point.
Perhaps
Especially
with
if
like,
they're not going off of value. They're not worried about turning a profit.
perhaps we should.
Sleep on it?
Indeed.
It has been a rather long night, so.
Yes, but
Well, day, I meant. So.
agreed. But our journey has been very fruitful, and we also learned about the. Well, May and I remembered about the 5 traditional punishments as well.
Yes, which means stay on the right side of the law.
Agreed, May. Agreed. It's a wicked good idea.
Of course.
I look at him. I don't see what's wicked about staying on the right side of the law. Okay.
It's what we call in the United States oxymoron, which I'm making of myself right now.
Yes, I think you've had enough to drink this evening. Mr.
We-
Lockwood, should we to the hotel? I think we should.
Yeah.
I agree.
As
I
that
appre-
as that said, you are walking through the gates, through the doors of the Cthulhu house.
Cool.
house.
I just keep thinking about what that would mean in Spanish.
Yes, I
It's
know.
also the only reason I can remember it, so it's a nice little mnemonic to find. Okay. All right. Well, May is just gonna head up the stairs for her room and her books.
Yes, sounds like Charles. We should get some sleep.
Agreed, my darling.
I would
Good
like to
night,
thank-
everyone.
Good night.
Adieu.
Definitely, the moment I get into my own room, though, definitely gotta make sure everything is locked tight. And there was a pillow, right? There was a bed and pillow and all that.
Okay.
It's a hotel room, I would assume. Yes.
Yeah.
I. Whoop. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm about to say, so, if so, I'm actually gonna put my gun under the pillow. Just in
Okay.
case.
Hold that thought.
Yeah.
As you arrive at the second floor, May and Timur, you go to your separate, and Sophia, and you go to towards your rooms. The Lockharts, you notice that your door is open.
I look over at Eleanor.
Charles, we didn't leave our door open, did we?
No, I locked it, and I take the key out of my jacket and look at it. Surprisingly, that why is the door open? I put the key back in my jacket pocket, and I walk over to the door, and then push it. Is it like wide open?
Yeah.
I walk in the room.
In the doorway, you see the lights are on and sitting on a chair inside the room. One leg crossed to the other, hands in his lap, is Michael Lee.
Michael, what are you doing in our room? May I help you?
Well, I heard a commotion earlier. A maid screamed, and she said something about a child bursting out of your room and running.
I have a sharp, quick glance or look over at Eleanor.
Who steps into the room and starts to glance around.
Did you hear that? A child, you say?
A child, yes.
Dancing.
The maid did mention dancing.
I knew it. Huh. Well, I had locked most of the most of our things before we left. Did you notice anything was taken?
Not that I could tell. I don't really know what you carry with you.
Okay. I kind of start looking around the room of what's going through the checklist of my head of like as we brought it in, kind of making sure everything's okay. Should I make a roll for that?
What would be a good roll? Let me look at the sheet. There's no like investigation, right?
Right.
It's like
No, I don't think
Yeah,
so.
spot hidden is
spot
mostly.
hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a spot hidden.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort of the coverall for that.
Nope.
I also want
didn't
to
get
look
it.
around.
Oh, good. You got it.
There you go.
Oh, your
Okay.
spot hidden's good.
All right.
Archaeologists get that sharp eye.
Better.
Yours is better. What's
I have
yours?
75.
Damn.
Shit.
Ooh, it's literally my best skill.
Yeah. So, Dr. Lockhart, actually, this is perfect. Charles, you take a look around and you see that, as far
Looks
as you're
okay.
concerned, looks all good.
Looks all good.
However, Dr. Lockhart, you go towards your bag, and you notice that it's open. And you look inside. One of the books is missing.
Dun dun dun.
Which one?
It is The Travels of Marco Polo.
Oh no!
Oh.
Charles! The book my mother gave me is gone!
What do you mean? The Marco Polo book?
Yes. The one that she'd left all of her notes in.
Sugar. Um,
There's been much less swearing since we set our game in
I
China.
know, it's great.
um,
Out of everything in this room, the one item missing is this old book that doesn't possibly have any value. Except to me.
well,
And-
that tracks.
I think that we have been the latest victims of these well-dressed, mysterious dancing children.
The dance group formerly known as Kids. I agree.
When we look around, do we see the coins?
You do look around, you see the scattered coins on the floor.
Shit. Oh, and of course, look what we have here. And I see. These are the coins that I received earlier, right? The same ones from.
They are similar to the ones that you received earlier.
I compare the two. How do they look?
They're effectively identical.
Okay, cool. Oh man, what do I do? I guess I start gathering them up. Do I have like a pouch or something that I can kind of put them all
I
in?
do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Wrap them in some cloth and put them in a pouch. So
I look at May and I ask her.
Oh, I'm in my room. You have to come find me.
you're
if
in
you
your
want
room.
me.
Is
Yeah.
it just? Oh, it's Michael's there. So I asked
Michael's
Michael. This isn't good, is it? And I say it in Chinese because he speaks Chinese, right? Yeah, he does.
It is considered bad luck. You shouldn't.
There.
The living should not mess with the currency of the dead unless they are to offer it.
Very auspicious. Where can we offer this, Michael?
Hard to say. Do you know someone who's died?
I look at Eleanor. Don't believe so,
Nothing.
Eleanor.
Perhaps,
No.
perhaps you can offer it at a shrine,
Okay.
or if you intend to bury someone.
Well, hopefully not. A shrine will do. First thing tomorrow. Michael, I appreciate your taking care of our room.
Yes, thank you.
Of course. I apologize that I could not stop the theft of your personal possession. He nods towards Eleanor.
Your presence is good enough. Thank you.
He nods.
We will,
Yeah.
we will see you in the morning for breakfast downstairs.
He nods.
Sleep well.
Says, very well. Good night. And he walks off to his room.
Eleanor, I'm very sorry for loss of your book.
I never would have thought to lock it away somewhere because who would know that it means anything? Like,
I
it's so
apologize. I should have thrown it in one of the chests and locked it myself. But again, to your point, I didn't think that it would have been taken. Just a book.
well. I am glad that we went out and you followed that lead this evening because at least we know a little bit about what has happened tonight.
And this is a occurrence. This is not just a single event. Must be something that ties these together. We will come to it. With your ingenious brain, I know we can come to it.
Well, we'll tell the others in the morning.
Agreed. And I start to get ready to go to sleep.
Okay.
Prepare for bed.
You each make your preparations to go to bed tonight. Timur, you wished to do something?
Before. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Just get ready for bed.
Yeah.
Yep.
I believe Timur checked his room and placed his pistol beneath his pillow.
Yeah.
All right.
I check my window to make sure it's latched. And I sort of look around the room. I look at my notebook. I realize I'm not going to get any work done. So I take the chair from the desk and I sort of wedge it under the handle of the door. And then after I make my preparations for bed, I sit down on the edge of the bed with my mala and try to meditate. Don't do a very good job, but I finish.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to sleep.
All right. The night passes by, otherwise uneventfully. And you wake up the next morning. It's bright and sunny and warm. You hear the sounds and calls of people who have been awake since perhaps the crack of dawn and even before. What would you like to do?
The first thing Sofian does when he gets up is opens the windows and looks towards the mosque so that he can begin his morning prayer. He puts down his rug, he opens the cupboard, assuming that the rug is still inside.
It is still there.
Unfurls the rug and begins his morning prayer. Without question, without fail, without any reservation.
Of course.
I'm pretty sure May doesn't sleep much, so she wakes up pretty much around dawn. Checks the window, it's still locked.
Mm-hmm.
Removes the chair from the door, and still in her bedclothes, sits down with her notebook and gets to work. knowing that she's got at least 2 hours before everyone else is awake, and she has to go down to breakfast. She goes back to transcribing her manuscripts.
The words flow across the page into early morning light. Eventually, you hear the bell rung for breakfast, and you may make your way downstairs as you please.
Yes, so much Brutus Cat tonight. He is.
I just see like a tail just going like this.
Sarah, this is perfect timing because I've been talking about.
Oh shit!
Yeah, good job, kitty.
Except he's not even actually mad.
Jeez, that scared the hell out of me.
Except he's actually like still purring in my lap.
Yeah,
Someone-
he's like
He
the
was just-
happiest boy.
He was
Clip
like-
that.
He,
That looked
he
like
was just like, "Don't pick me up. I want to sit. I want to
Yeah.
sit."
scared the fuck out of me. It
I
looked
want
like a
to
black
pick this
cat with like giant claws and fangs.
It's
It
just
is
Matt.
spooky
We've been waiting. We want another cat, and I want a little black floofy one.
Yes,
real
get
bad.
a little void baby. They are
Okay.
the best.
I want one real bad.
Okay. And then in game, we go down to breakfast really early.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
because-
you wake me up early.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I get dressed and follow my lovely wife down the stairs.
Yep.
Don't want to be in that room.
Yeah,
is,
I
I lock everything before
when
we
I
leave.
when I start hearing people moving in the hallway shortly before the breakfast bell, I reluctantly put away my books. Once again, tucking the manuscripts carefully beneath my mattress, and my calligraphy set carefully away in the bottom of my luggage, and just for good measure, stowing the luggage under the bed. And then I still make it perfectly. And then dress and head down. Just
Nice.
I would say I open my door 1 minute before the breakfast bell goes.
And then right on time, you head
Yep.
downstairs, and you all find yourselves at the same table. Waiters bring out plates of rice porridge, congee,
What sounds
along with some
delicious.
fried crullers, the deep fried, long, airy. Yeah, they're called crullers. Yes.
Like the Chinese churro.
Yes, basically.
Cool.
There's tea. There's fruit. There's steamed buns.
Don't make me go back into the kitchen, Jonathan. I mean it.
Yeah.
Food is part of my soul. I'm
Don't
trying-
do it.
I
Don't do
know
it.
it is.
We picked a bunch of stuff for the wedding recently. It
Yeah.
makes me hungry.
All right, so
Mm.
Oh, I grab a
investigators,
plate of like some buns and some everything. I'm eating.
as you
May has
Um,
fruit and congee and tea.
mhm. As you gather all your food and get ready, the map before you, the day is yours.
So, my friends, I might ask, what is it we intend to do today?
Well, we need to speak with Mr. Lee. That is scheduled, I
Yes.
believe.
But that is much until later tonight, right?
No, Mr. Lee, to procure provisions to travel out to find
I
Dr.
apologize.
Langton.
I
Mr.
apologize.
That
Yes.
is
I'm just.
That is our
Strange-
primary objective.
strange dancing children aside, that is the reason that we're here, yes?
Correct, yes.
I'm just really tired. Sorry.
We also have to go and see these special selections
Right.
from our friend's shop.
Yes.
That is not until later this evening.
Timur, you said that you are quite aggressively tired this morning. Did you not sleep well?
It's just. I don't know. Maybe it's just. I don't know. It's just those random. It's those random moments in the night, or at least those random night moments where your mind just always wonders about. You know,
Right.
it's always so active. Like
So you're saying you have sleeping problems, as they say.
Minor, but it just takes a little bit of time to lay down before sleep finally kicks in.
I see. Well, I do know some individuals who have the same problem. They usually have medication for that. Hopefully you're of the same bent.
Then what?
It's a turn of phrase. I do forget where you are from often. It just simply means they're of the same type, same ilk. Yes?
I am
Well-
certain there are several fine physicians in the area who could give you herbs that would help you sleep. If that's
Yes,
what you need.
the Chinese are well known for their herbal medicines.
I hope you weren't worried last night about those strange children thieves that we've been hearing about, because it turns out they actually visited our room while we were all out.
I beg your pardon?
Professor,
Eleanor.
what?
I think it's important that they know so that they're aware
Well, private business.
that it's happened to somebody in our group. And
Go on.
anyway, they did steal something personal of mine.
Good heavens.
Doctor, I'm so sorry.
So I would very much like us to try to solve this while we're here in the city. I originally, hearing the professor last night talk about it, I didn't think it was anything serious. But now, well, I would like to recover my book, or at least
No.
figure out.
Not the book.
Well,
I'm sorry, is there a significance? I don't know this. Is there a book? You wrote a
Well-
book?
my darling, if you
Oh,
will
no.
be so kind.
My mother gave me a book, The
Oh.
Travels of Marco Polo,
Oh
and
my.
it very much inspired my travels,
I
and it was of great sentimental value.
My
I-
life as an archaeologist.
I understand the sentimentality. It's a wonderful book. And you see Sofian sort of like he actually, for the first time that you've seen him, he's not so sort of garish and outlandish with his demeanor. He actually sort of becomes a little bit more reserved. And Sofian says, My brother and I would read that book to each other often. Long ago. So I do understand its worth to you. And then he just sort of stops talking.
Yes, it was so thrilling to envision traveling to far off lands, and now we're here.
Indeed. Well, if these purloiners of your personal property, no matter how small or how young they may be, may in fact be able to be found and remanded back your possessions, I say that is well within our duties to find these culprits and to apprehend them.
Question is, where exactly do we begin, though?
Well, we've already begun, Timur. We are hot on the case, as they say. We just have to make sure that it doesn't interfere with our total objective, of course. And that it doesn't get us into further trouble.
Well,
Right side of the law, as we said last night.
Indeed.
Though that being said, we should keep our appointment with Mr. Lee. And other than that, well, Mr. Sai did say not. Oh, now I got British. How'd that happen?
Me, my fault, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Sai did say not to come until this evening, and so, well, I suppose we have a whole day to see what else there is to find out.
I feel as if these robberies, if they are in fact being accomplished by children, would be more of a more well known, I would say. Don't you believe?
Well, it seems that so far, only a few people have spotted them, and one of them was apparently raging drunk when it happened, so I'm not surprised nobody really paid him any mind.
I would love to find out who has seen these children in any shape or form.
Well,
Perhaps for more information?
Timur, you did say that you read about them in the paper, correct? The robberies, that is, not the children.
Timur, are you with us on this planet? Hello?
I know you're tired.
Sorry.
You said you read about the robberies in the paper yesterday, yes?
Right. Yes. Yeah.
One moment. I'm gonna stand up from breakfast and go to the concierge's desk. And say,
Hello,
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh,
Good morning.
I have a bit of an odd request. Do you happen to have a copy of yesterday's paper?
I believe I do, yes. And reaches out and pulls out a paper.
Thank you so much. I'll take it back to the breakfast table.
Of course.
I'll flip through it relatively quickly. Being that I actually speak Chinese, I'm assuming I can find the article fairly quickly.
You know exactly what this is.
Yeah, and I'll skim through it, but I will look specifically for who wrote it.
This is in the local part of the paper, and this is actually less of an article, more like a listing of occurrences that happened in the city as per reported by the police.
Well, then I suppose that's the place to start. Does it list any of the people from whom the items were stolen, or only what was stolen?
It says out more like it doesn't say exact names, and it does like mention a couple of the items. But they are all guests of the hotels and hostels.
Does the article list the hotels and hostels from which they were
Um,
stolen? Well, then I think this gives us a nice little list of where to start.
I find it interesting, although I'm not quite sure if this means anything, that if all the items were, in fact, removed from people who staying at hotels and hostels in this particular city, maybe that excludes a certain amount of the population who are native here, and therefore have none of their objects stolen. That they're preying on those who come and visit this particular city, whether they be foreign or not.
I mean, it does make sense in a way. Somebody's only here for a short time, much less likely to track you down and find you after you take something from them.
How
The
do they
gentle-
determine? Sorry.
I was going to say,
Oh.
the gentleman from Shanghai has already left without his pillow. I'm sorry, Doctor. I did not mean to speak over you.
I'm sorry, May. I'm very emotional about this, and I'm just wondering, how do they know that these items, such as that gentleman's pillow and my book, are sentimental value? It's not as if we're walking around with them.
That's a good point.
That I cannot say.
Definitely a little extremely odd.
I know this sounds strange, but perhaps we could find if there were any tall tales or stories that have happened here in this city, or I don't know very much about Chinese history.
And I say to that, as he says that, I go, well, what about a group of little person theater company?
A theatre company.
Yes. Of young, small people.
Well, that would make sense, I would suppose.
I think you're onto something.
That maybe they travel around and they steal things of sentimental value.
For what purpose, and how would they know? Again, it
Maybe
refers
they sell
back
it-
to
maybe
your
they sell it
wife's
for money to
question.
move on to the next place.
But how would they know? How would they know, Charles?
It-
We'll have
They
to
might
find
not-
them and ask.
Well said.
No, I don't know how they understand that that's sentimental value, but at least stealing things like that would be to get them to the next place. You get me?
I do. If we knew more about this theatre troupe, where would they be residing? Where would they be holding up? Kind of thing. Perhaps we'd find more information there.
So where do we want to go to this theater, anyways?
Is there, in fact, a theatre that has these people? Or is it...
The concierge might be one to ask.
Mm-hmm. It's a traveling community, from what we understand.
Understandable, yes. If they reside somewhere here in the city or perhaps outside, we could find out more.
They must be in the city walls because the gates close after a certain time. Yes? And this happened while we were out last night.
Good, fair point.
The concierge does seem to be the key to quite a lot of information here in the city, so I have no objections to asking him.
Yes, and perhaps he knows of a shrine that we can visit, Charles.
Agreed.
I just sort of look at her oddly when she says that. Well, we're due to meet Mr. Han Mr. Lee at what, I believe 10?
This evening.
Well,
No, in the morning.
Sai is in the evening. Mr. Me is
Me? Lee. Me?
with an
Me,
M.
Han? Me.
Me.
I don't have my notes open. I'll get it right eventually.
It's all good. It's basically you just have to see him at some point in your stay here.
Oh, I know. I was role playing and trying to make it like we had an appointment so that we could make a schedule.
Boy, you are deep diving into the idiosyncrasies of this woman. I love it.
She's very organized.
I am the assistant. This is my job.
This place also serves coffee,
This
right?
is what I'm doing, and I need to be good.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely coffee here.
Coffee.
Yeah, there is? Okay. Oh, thank goodness.
There's coffee right here at breakfast, gentlemen.
And I go, yes, another cup for me, please. Thank you.
I'll take the same.
Mm-hmm.
I guess...
Yeah.
After drinking the coffee, sort of putting it down and say, well, there's no time like the present. And I stand up and I walk over to the concierge's desk.
Okay. Mrs. Chen is there. Hat and everything. Mr. Bazaz-Wain, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you very much for asking. I do want to refer to some information that we found last night. And I hate to beleaguer the point, but we are quite intrigued as to this rash of robberies that has happened here in the city. And from what I understand, it's happened to our personal friends of the Lockharts. Happened last night.
Mr. Chancellor looks astonished, and then he returns to his pleasant demeanor and says, I'm sorry to hear that. What was taken?
Its import, of course, perhaps means nothing, but it was of a personal value to Dr. Lockhart. She herself was quite emotionally invested and quite distraught at its at missing it, and desires greatly to have it again. My point, however, is that this particular facility, which we are staying, I would assume would have had perhaps more security than we originally would have thought. And I'm quite disappointed in that.
I'm sorry for this incident that occurred during your stay, and I do want to assure you, Mr. Bazaz-Wain, we have at the Cthulhu house as high as a security that we can as civilians. Much of the fighting men are up in the north, And the ones that stay here are the ones that he can spare.
When he hears about this particular sort of avenue in which the conversation is going, he sort of like takes a deep breath and he sort of grits his teeth. He says, "Yes, I know. I know all about that. And I am truly sorry that there haven't been more opportunities to allow a greater perspective into what is occurring in the north. But that does not help my friends in finding their missing item, does it?"
You're correct, sir. I can reach out to the city guard and the police.
"Oh, no. Sofian like puts his hand on Qian's hand and says, "I think you misunderstand me, Mr. Qian. What we need is information, not the intrusion of other parties into what we are attempting to do here."
Well, Mr. Bazaz-Wain, you know that I am at your service.
"Excellent to hear. Of course, this must stay discreet amongst us, yes?"
Of course.
"Excellent. I must ask you if you happen to know of the location of a troupe of performers that have seemingly been here in the city. Perhaps they are now no longer, but they're of a particular type that seem to be of short in stature. Are you aware of these individuals?"
He looks at you and he sort of tilts his head and he says, "That is a rather unusual part of our local occurrence that you speak of, Mr. Bazaz-Wain. I'm surprised that you've heard of it."
"Well, I have friends in places."
Well, if you're looking to attend one of the performances, I regret to inform you that they have not passed by for at least a month. That was when the last one was.
"Well, a month? They have not been in the city? Are they a traveling troupe, from what I understood?"
Yes, they traveled here a month ago, and well, a month and a half ago, and then they left a couple of weeks later.
Would you say that this troupe of performers were very gaily dressed?
Quite colorful too.
Colorful. And he puts his hand down to like approximately mid of his thigh and he says, "Approximately this tall. Amazing peoples."
Some of them, yes, very spry, and some even smaller.
"Smaller than that? Land sakes.
It's quite a sight to see.
Where would they have been perhaps staying if they were here in the city?"
They would have stayed outside the walls. Held their performances there.
Really? So they had their own tents and the like.
That's right.
And do you remember the name of this troupe? I do apologize.
I believe it was the Flying Swallows.
I see. The Flying Swallows. Fantastic name.
Yes. They swing through the air and leaps and bounds. Practically glide across their performances. So I've heard. I've never been.
Understandable. You say outside the walls, though?
Yes.
Disappointing. In that most of, not all of these robberies have taken place here inside the city. And there would be no way for these individuals unless they were to scale the city walls.
I assume that at least some of them would come in during the day.
But how would they get out at night?
They would leave before the gates close, like all who stay outside the walls.
You've been of immense help Thank you so much, Mr. Chen.
Of course, Mr. Bazaz-Wain. Please, have a good day.
You too. And then he just turns on his heel and walks back to the table where the rest of them are sitting.
How'd that conversation go?
A quite interesting one. I'll give you more information if we need it, but safe enough to say that it's very likely that these thieves are perhaps not, that they are a member of a troop called the Flying Swallows, perhaps? That they are thieves that are perhaps acrobats or traveling performers that were supposedly have left this city, but maybe a contingency have been left behind in order to perform these robberies. I don't know. That's as much information as I could glean.
Flying swallow.
This is all exceptionally strange.
It still doesn't explain how they knew that Eleanor's book was in a room, but the description of these people, as I mentioned to you, Michael, you said that the person who you spoke with said that the assailant, the one who took the book from Eleanor's room, was no taller than, and he again moves his hand about thigh high.
Give or take. 2 feet tall.
2 feet. Amazing. This does seem to match the description of Mr. Chen.
It does. Poor souls.
Poor souls, why? What is height? A healthy body is a healthy body. If they can perform and dance, then they're healthy. The question is, why are they stealing things?
Your extremely personal belongings, too.
I must say, none of this makes any logical sense.
No.
It really shouldn't. I wonder if we're asking the wrong question.
How do you mean?
I don't know. Something about it just feels off. But I can't put my finger as to what exactly. I don't know, it's like on the tip of my tongue, but I just... Perhaps I'm overthinking it?
Perhaps, Timur. It's worthwhile noting that you would have every reason to perhaps overthink it. I think that what we need is some perspective, some fresh air, and maybe meet our friend Mr. Me.
Agreed.
Yes.
That and get
Yes.
some more.
Some
Definitely
fresh
need some
air
more.
would do as well.
Getting
And
back on track would do me well.
And to keep us more awake for sure.
All right. As y'all get up to leave, Michael says, "If you don't mind, I would like to. I think I should stay here at this house, and perhaps keep an eye on things."
I have no objection as long as you stay safe, Michael.
Yes, please do
Yeah.
take care.
Of course,
Indeed.
but at least an eye and ear out, I think should lend a bit of assurance. Right. So you all head up, and your breakfast finished. You head out into the city of.
Before we head out for the day, I'm going to head back up to my room, double check that the manuscripts are still where they're supposed to be,
Mm-hmm.
and then I am going to take my calligraphy set from the bottom of my luggage and put it in my purse,
Okay.
like in my bag, and carry it with me.
You have your calligraphy set.
You notice when May comes down that her purse is significantly bulkier than it normally is.
Smart move.
You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna go back over to my room as well. And grab a hold of my weapon and keep it holstered, like at least hidden on me before I come back down to the others. All
Okay.
right. Anything else?
As far as I'm aware, no. Shall we hit the road, as you Americans like to say?
Right back at you, Jack. Let's go.
I look at both of them like they're crazy.
All right, so you head out the doors of the Kulo house into bustling streets of Xi'an. So, you head off to Mr. Mi's establishment, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Finding Mr. Mihan's offices in the crowded warren of narrow alleyways that form Xi'an's Muslim quarter is no simple task. Packed full of emporia with their goods spilling out onto roadside stands, food stalls, and barely controlled livestock. The atmosphere is even more overwhelming than a ride through Peking's back streets, which are notoriously fragrant and crowded. The food on the groaning stalls looks and smells enticing, and the mix of ethnicities here, although not what it was in the city's heyday, is quite impressive. The call to prayer from the great mosque rings out over the general cacophony at certain times of the day. Before sunrise, at noon, late afternoon, just after sunset, and between sunset and midnight. And if you close your eyes, you can almost imagine yourselves to be in perhaps Constantinople or Baghdad. As you're walking through the streets, describe to me like how you are traversing. What are you all up to?
I think May is enjoying being in the bustle of a city that is similar to Beijing, if not exactly the same. There's something about being amongst the crowds and the cacophony that she enjoys in a way.
Indeed.
So she's just very sort of astutely observing the people around her, what they're doing, not in any sort of critical way, just sort of taking in the human behavior of daily life.
And it's quite the experience, and in some ways you're reminded of home, but you're also reminded about how interesting and different places of this region and this world can be.
She's also looking out for any languages she doesn't know and trying to translate them in her head just to see if she can.
For the record, with your vast arsenal, I think you more or less catch everything. You see Sanskrit, you see Hindustani, you see, of course, Chinese and some English. You even see a little Russian. You see Tibetan as well. All sorts of languages are present in these alleyways. Anyone else? Or are you just basically doing the same thing?
I would say Sofian is certainly more aware of the fact that there are people who he recognizes as closer to his own. And I think perhaps maybe he loosens up a little bit. I think he's maybe not so tight-assed about things and not so pretentious. I think that he's maybe a little bit more relaxed.
You do pick out a couple smells of home.
Nice.
So,
I would definitely think for Timur, he's got his hands in his pockets for sure. Though definitely a little bit more in the quieter, self-preserved manner. Still like dark under the eyes. but like, I don't know. Doesn't really seem all that relaxed compared to the others. At least for what I can imagine of him. So
Fair enough. And the Lockhart's enjoying the morning stroll.
Yep, I think so. Eleanor, do you have anything to add?
Well, the fresh air is helpful in trying to forget what happened last night, but she's still kind of preoccupied. Sort of like soft focus and having that like personal moment as you walk through a crowded street, but no one's really paying attention. And so kind of enjoying being in the city during a time like this, and just also keeping an eye out kind of for a shrine because they have to take care of the coins.
That's what I have the coins in my inner jacket pocket, and I'm actively looking for a shrine to get rid of them.
I also think that if at any point May smells a food that smells particularly spicy, she is going to scamper off and grab something from a food stall and then eat it while she walks.
Love it.
Indeed, you do see. You're surprised to see it actually. A stand that's selling jianbing. It's just like basically Chinese crepes. I'm sorry, Matt. It's Chinese crepes.
It's cool. It's cool. I'm just gonna have indigestion all night because of you. That's fine. Whatever, dude.
Captain
More
Phillips.
peppers coming.
No, if I eat another pepper, my wife is gonna kill me. She'll be like, "What happened to all the peppers? I had 3 peppers in there, and now there's no. What happened?"
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Did
you
you
get
make
snacks.
crepes?
Crap.
Yeah, but it's a folded up rice crepe that is delicious and savory, and it's bursting with spice and flavor for you.
Yeah, definitely. Because she only had
I've-
kanji and fruit for breakfast. She definitely grabs one of those while they're walking.
I'm definitely grabbing one as well.
This
Okay.
has become Call of Cthulhu. What's going on?
Jonathan just wants us all to realize how cheated we are as Americans with our knockoff Chinese food.
It's true.
Okay. One, maybe yes, but also lay some respect down on Chinese American food. Okay, there is.
Oh no, it's delicious. It's
there is some-
delicious.
The struggle turned to gourmet.
You guys realize this is all just a big ploy to get everybody on Freshly Zested's Instagram. I just want to let you know that.
Yeah,
this
there
is
you go.
all a
baller ass.
It does make
Good food.
delicious
It's a
really
ploy.
good food porn.
It's a
I've been
ploy.
found out.
Hey, I will say that the best Chinese food I've ever had was in Uganda because we stayed in a hotel owned by a Chinese woman named Madame Fang. And the Fang Fang restaurant served Chinese food and it was fucking delicious. So good.
When Chinese food is good when it's cooked from the soul.
Mhm.
And you see May and Timur both make a beeline for this, and Lockhart, you know this as well, and Sofian, you're just sort of watching it too. Charles,
Yes.
please make me a spot hidden roll.
Oh shit.
This is where shit goes down. I mean it. This is where
All
shit goes
because we
down.
want some-
It's all because of the food.
We want grapes. Hey, damn.
Not bad. Not bad. That was real good too. You had a 20. You had a 20. You have a 25 in that.
That's a good success,
Not
babe.
yeah, and I get points on that one.
That's true.
Okay. Moving on.
Oh, okay.
You spot nothing.
Nothing.
Timur and May, you pick up your crepes and are delightedly digging into it.
Do that.
I'm scarfing it.
Mm-hmm. May is daintily but very quickly devouring hers.
Oh yeah.
Lockhart's drooling a bit.
Like,
Yeah.
Like,
doesn't
fuck.
even need a napkin, not a bit
Shouldn't have
of
gotten
food
distracted by
awry.
something I didn't see.
So,
What? Oh, food.
however,
What?
as you are also like having these reactions to the food and stuff and like seeing and like conversing, I would like everyone but Charles to make a spot hidden roll.
Oh shit. That is not good.
Oh!
do I keep
Wow, I
going?
can't believe I only got that by 1 point. That's brutal.
Incredible.
All right.
How do I keep getting these extremes?
That's
I don't know.
impressive.
I don't know, but I'm gonna fuck it up for everybody. Watch this.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
Ouch, Matt. Almost a fumble.
I didn't
Oh,
get it.
me.
That wasn't me.
No,
I'm
that
sorry,
was
that's
that was
Vanessa.
that
Sorry,
was
honey.
Vanessa.
Whoops.
Bam.
Oh.
6660.
Bam. I'll use luck on that. I'll use luck on that. 6 points. That's fine.
It's a lot of luck for me.
Hey,
Yeah.
How much
I
luck
would-
do you
I
have, Lockhart?
55.
That's what I have. That's not that
55.
I only got
55.
35.
Swifty.
bad. Ooh.
Yeah, my dice rolling for luck was.
The dice did not like
I
you.
have 33.
Oh.
You've burned a bunch in this session.
I
though.
did burn. Yeah, I did.
all right. So,
I'm down to
This is
29.
Eleanor, you and Charles are sort of like trying to see like what this delicious street food is. Timur,
Yes.
you notice that the good diplomat's jacket doesn't hold as much weight as it should. Miss Chang, you also notice that a familiar outline in his jacket pocket is no longer pressing against the outside of his suit.
Shit.
And Sofian, you're not really looking at the torso of Charles, but you do see a bobbing head, shorter than the rest of the people making their way through the street, dashing through and away.
What?
Sofian pulls a Invasion of the Body Snatchers and just goes like,
Do I notice them lift this from me, or do I just?
No, I think
No?
that was.
You as like Sofian does Invader of the Body Snatchers,
Huh.
you look down, you pat, the cigarette case is gone.
Let's see.
My God.
son of a bitch must
Yeah, it was
die.
full of cigarettes too.
I think we're gonna have to give chase.
All right,
Do
what
I
are y'all doing?
see this thing?
Sofian just like, he just says, over there! Get him! And then starts running.
And
Yeah.
I look over. Do I see
Yep.
this little?
I was gonna say,
blink?
do I see this kid too, or this
Yeah.
small head?
Running, and they're around 2 blocks away.
Mother... That
I'm
little
taking-
bastard is rather fast!
I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna take off and
Me
try
too.
and follow him.
Oh,
Yep.
boy.
yeah.
I'm
I'm gonna
also-
try and weave through this crowd and follow this kid.
I
Or
want to do a chase, but I only read the rules maybe like this evening.
We can do we can hold this chase off till next sesh.
Honestly,
I-
y'all mind?
Not at all.
That's kind of a fun place to.
That is great. Like
I'm
it
in.
like freeze frames when we're all like the 80s like
Yep.
Chariots
and
of Fire is playing in the background.
exactly.
Son of
the
a
drums
bitch.
tick up, and the camera starts following the party as they begin to make their way through the crowded streets of Xi'an after this thief.
I love
That's
it.
what we're going
Nice.
to pause it for tonight's session.
I love it.
Oh, I think that's
Super
good.
amazing.
That's amazing.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that got pulled off.
Boom boom dun dun boom boom dun 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 dun.
Yeah. Yeah. So this was supposed to be a one shot.
It never is. It never is. It never is.
My guess is a
Yeah.
3-shot.
I mean,
What
we
happens
also,
with my one shots is they just turn into 5 to 7 hour one
Also-
shots.
That's
also
right.
instead of getting spoopy, we ended up getting hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
hungry now.
I'm so hungry.
You ate
It's
a whole
spoopy.
pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ate a whole pepper.
Matt ate
No.
pepper like an apple.
I didn't eat the whole pepper because I'm still left
With
with the
seeds.
pit.
Wow.
That's close enough to the whole idea.
Wow. That's impressive, dude.
You're welcome.
And we got some great ASMR out of it too.
You're so welcome. Yay. Yeah. That was fucking fun. Good job, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to do this. This is so much fun.
I was like,
And
yeah, are
I am-
you having fun? I hope you're having fun.
I am delighted by all these interactions and where things are going, and
Feel my joy, Jonathan. Feel my joy with these people.
it's wonderful. And it's also just glad. It's just so good to be back in Call of Cthulhu.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love Call of Cthulhu so
I
much.
like who May is turning into. She's very interesting.
Well,
And I
worth
get-
mentioning as well. Sorry to steal your thunder if, in the future, Jonathan. This is I think the 40th anniversary of Call of Cthulhu.
This is.
Oh, shit.
This is.
Yeah, this month, Call of Cthulhu debuted 40 years ago in
I didn't
October
realize this game was
of 1981.
basically almost as old as I am.
It's pretty
old
awesome.
game.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Damn.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining us for this Call of Cthulhu session in the Hereafter. I don't know how we're arranged, so am I in the center, Matt?
You are in the center. You're in the center
Okay.
square.
Started above me.
That's that's Alex. Alex is gone at this point in time. But we
That person is not here.
All right. Move
We-
in. It's going to be clockwise, so I have to do this way.
Yep, that's
Right.
Scepter. Go
All right,
Scepter.
The scepter.
Me?
You.
Yeah, you.
No. Anyways, yeah, Right, so you'll find me on Twitter at KRano, where I'm just posting. I'm posting all kinds of stuff on the internet these days, whether it be like commission art that I freaking love getting, nerd stuff, video games, whatever is good these days. It's all about. It's all about the shenanigans these days, you know.
Oh, it's
Live your best life.
Yeah.
All right. And this
That-
way.
That's me. Hi, I'm Matt.
Hey.
You can find me here on Slices and Dices with almost all kinds of social media pointing at Slices and Dices. Yeah, I help produce and occasionally. I love the fact that I'm saying occasionally now because there's so many more like people who run games on this channel now, and I'm just so fucking thrilled. Doing role-playing games here on Slices and Dice. You can catch us here every Friday at 9:15, and occasionally, although we're not going to try to make a habit of it because it just kills everybody to do it like so many weeks in a row. Thursdays at 9:15, especially Miss. I wake up at 4:30 in the morning over there now.
Miss, I have a real job for the first time in a decade. Yeah.
Welcome. You're one of us now.
I know.
Welcome.
One of
One of us. Weeble wobble, weeble wobble. But yeah, you can catch us on our YouTube channel and our obviously here on Twitch and anywhere where awesome RPG experiences can be found. That's it.
All right. I'm going to assume down here is roll 20.
No,
me.
that's Chris.
That's Chris. Hey.
You all can find me on the Instagrams at Endymion's Fury. I also have a channel on Twitch that I haven't used in God knows how long. And, come next year, maybe I'll have time to actually, start that stuff up again. I post stuff mostly on Instagram lately. It's been Shocktober stuff. So Vanessa and I, my lovely fiance over there, we'll get to in a minute, enjoy watching scary movies and scary shows throughout the month of October. This month we have been enjoying What We Do in the Shadows and I'll Be Gone in the Night. That was one that was freaky as hell with the
I don't know that. Is that a show or a movie?
It's a show
Yeah.
about the
Golden State Killer and
Golden State Killer. Yes, and Patton Oswalt's wife, Michelle.
That's right. Yep, that was the one that she's known for.
Michelle McNamara. She was pivotal in finding out who that dude was. So it's
Creepy
really,
feeling.
really
Yep.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think we're adding The Shining back to our list.
Oh boy.
Nice, so good.
Yes, Red Rum, here we go. It's gonna be great. And if you haven't been there, go to the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado. No, they are not a sponsor, but it's a cool freaking hotel.
Beautiful.
So they also have a Stanley Steamer car in the front.
Ooh.
Yes,
And supposedly
cool.
haunted.
it is supposedly haunted.
Does it have the same awesome 70s carpet?
I have not been upstairs to confirm, but
Oh,
I have
okay.
heard rumor.
Mm.
Yes. But they did actually shoot The Shining in Austria. It was not actually shot at the Stanley.
Okay.
Either way, that's me. I'm done.
All right, and
That's Sarah.
Hi,
there we
I'm
go.
Sarah. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Lovely Llama, where I am trying to post things from my new and amazing job as an apprentice electrician with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers here in New York City. It's freaking awesome. I get to do cool shit. You can see some Cat 6 cable that I punched down on my Instagram right now. But that's why I wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and I cannot believe I'm still awake right now.
She's a rock star.
Yeah, I feel like there was something else I wanted to say, and I don't remember. Oh, yeah, you said The Shining, and it actually just popped up on my Facebook memories that one of my first dates with my husband was seeing The Shining in a movie theater down in Chelsea 4 years ago, and it was
Jesus.
so cool. But you said that, and I'm like, yes, because we also do Scary October. We have actually just been binge watching Supernatural like nobody's business.
Good call.
That's been our thing. I finally got him like fully sucked into it. So we're on season 6 right now.
Oh shit, you guys are like in the heat of it.
Oh yeah, we're back. Like we're back in the good old days.
To the thick of it.
It's some good shit.
Oh God.
So yeah, that's where we are. I wanna build like an Amazon radio station that is just all of the like 80s rock music from that show. I feel like it would be the greatest playlist ever.
Do it. Send it to me.
By the way, Sarah, Chad is saying they can't wait till you host Dread again.
Yes, I know. Oh my God. I really thought that I was going to be ready for it sooner. And then I had to start waking up at 4:30 in the morning and I have no brain.
Life
Life
finds a way.
happens. But it is. The next Dread game is called When You're Here, Your Family, and it takes place in the Olive Garden.
We should do it around Thanksgiving. That would be so great.
Yeah.
That's the title of it.
The server room like last time.
Oh,
No, we're not. Oh, hey, there you go. Nice. Nope, not like last time. This one, entirely different world, different game, but it takes place in an Olive Garden.
Oh man, we should totally do it around Thanksgiving.
Please be the Olive Garden in Times Square. Can we?
No, it's not the Olive Garden in Times Square. It's just not. That would be interesting, but it's. Oh, I've been there.
Hell on earth.
I've been there too, but Brandon and I did go one time because like we both simultaneously got a craving for salad and breadsticks, and we were like, "Fuck it, let's just go to the goddamn." And we tried to go to the one in Chelsea, and it had gone out of business; it was closed. So we were like, "Fuck it, I guess we're going to Times Square."
I think that's it. I think there's just one in Times Square now. I don't think unless you go out to like Long Island, maybe.
Yo, probably. But like, we got out of a movie in Chelsea. It might actually have been after The Shining, but we got out of a movie in Chelsea, and we both were like, let's go to the Olive Garden down the block. And then it was closed, but you know, once that idea's in your head, it's not going away. So we're like, fuck it, let's just go to Times Square, man. Let's go spend way too much money at the Olive Garden because the Times Square Olive Garden costs like $1 million goddamn dollars for the same fucking thing.
And it takes like 4 days to get in there.
Oh my God, yeah, it was absurd, but at the end of the day, it was totally worth it.
Yep.
Because I love Yellow.
Finally!
Yeah. So talk to Vanessa. Make me stop talking. I'm tired.
I'm so hungry after all of this.
This was Call of Cthulhu. I mean it. It really was.
Cthulhu.
Fourth meal right now.
I think I'll just
Second breakfast.
sorry.
I'm Vanessa. You can find me online. I'm on Instagram at vanessa.malanga. And yeah, I post pictures of my cat sometimes.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a pretty cat.
She is very cute.
Very pretty.
And I'm
Go!
Jonathan. I've been your keeper this evening.
Yay!
You can find me on Twitter at freshly_zested and on Instagram at blue_orange, where sometimes I do barbecue, but now I'm apparently a goth bisexual panic attack. Who knows?
That was a dope party. Go check it out, folks. It was great.
I don't even know what that means, and yet I'm so excited about it.
It's a whole vibe.
The best NPC ever.
Yeah. And hope you can join us next time for when we pick up with these crazy investigators. And remember, take care of each other, but also take care of yourself.
Nice, Jonathan! You're the best, buddy! Thank you! Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of the night. Catch
Have a
you
great
soon.
weekend.
Bye.